Fighting Championships, featuring Quentin Rampage Jackson's greatest hits. Sunday on Comcast Sportsnet.
Felix the cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. Whenever he gets in a fix, he reaches into his bag of tricks. Felix the cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. You laugh so much your sides will ache, your heart will go pit-a-pat. Watching Felix, the wonderful cat.
Sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, sweet batter.
From Turner Field in Atlanta, Georgia, we are set for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs are going to welcome back their manager to the dugout tonight as they begin a 4-game weekend series, all-night games here against the Atlanta Braves. Welcome to Cubs baseball tonight. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. And like Paris Hilton, Lou Piniella is out of jail. He is back in uniform tonight. And I can tell you one thing. He enjoyed watching from the press box Felix P.A. do his work yesterday.
Yeah, he made Lou's heart go pitter-pat. I mean, Felix P.A., we heard how he was advertised. The speed, the combination of speed and power, the defense in the outfield. Here he turns what appeared to be a routine single into a very easy double. He stole his first base of the season in yesterday's ball game and flexed his muscles, went deep to right center field. This guy is an exciting ball player, and you cannot argue the fact that when Felix P.A. is in the lineup, good things happen for the Cubs.
He'll be batting second tonight, even against a left-hander Chuck James. At 1-2 of Soriano and P.A. have been very good, and the Cubs well over 500 when Felix is in that lineup.
And I think Felix is a little different player this time around. He was called up earlier in the season. He never knew if he was going to be in the lineup from day to day. Now he knows he's going to play every day. He says he's much more relaxed, much more confident.
And on the pitcher's mound tonight, it is a rematch from Saturday at Wrigley Field. Rich Hill and Chuck James both received a no decision.
And both pitched well. James gave up 6 hits in 6 innings. Rich Hill, 7 innings, only 4 base hits. Neither pitcher, as you said, involved in the decision. Both pitched well enough to win.
So it'll be Hill against James. The Cubs playing well. They went 3-1 with Lou Piniella suspended. Nice job by Alan Trammell and the coaching staff. But Lou is back tonight. And again, Alfonso Soriano leading off for the Cubs will try to spark the offense once again. We'll have the Cubs and the Atlanta Braves coming up from Turner Field next.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Addison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University. Located near the Addison and Rockwell intersection, the remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For another option, try riding your bike. The Cubs provide a free bike check at the car wash at Clark and Waveland. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
When your vehicles are in need of service, drive to the Big QC sign. Trust your vehicle to a group of technicians with over 30 years of experience in the Quad City area.
Locally owned and operated, we're your neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We shop in the same stores. QC Auto Service Centers. Same great service, same great locations for over 30 years.
Drive to any of our 3 Quad City locations. We'll treat you like family.
QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Replace it, repair it, restore it, enjoy it at K&K True Value Hardware, 18th and Grant Street in Bettendorf.
Cubs baseball
on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, your local area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Rico, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit Southwest.com.
Rich Rupp from the clubhouse staff, still in uniform as a bat boy, and behind him, Lou Piniella is back in the dugout after serving a 4-game suspension after he was ejected in that series at Wrigley Field. We'll get you the rest of the Cubs lineup here in a minute, but Chuck James is ready to work against Alfonso Soriano, who is a career .353 hitter with 11 home runs against the Atlanta Braves. And the first pitch is a little bit outside, ball 1. A scorcher today, temperatures in the upper 80s here in Atlanta. And this one is foul down the third base line. Let's get the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Again, they've won 3 of their last 4. Soriano, PA, and Lee at the top. Matt Merton, who went to high school just down the road in McDonough, Georgia, is cleaning up. Michael Barrett back of the plate. DeRosa, the former Brave, at third. Terrio is Torres and Hill rounding it out. More on Aramis Ramirez here in a second. And the 1-1 pitch from James, lifted high in the air. Well hit. Francoeur back toward the 390 side. And it's off the wall for Soriano. He's going to round second. He'll get to third easily. That's a leadoff triple for Alfonso Soriano. He's now 8 out of 16 on the trip. Good start.
Well, no question that ball was hit well. I didn't think it was hit that well, however. Really carried to that gap in right center field. Francoeur with a long run got to the wall just about the same time as the baseball got there. It ricocheted past him. It ricocheted past Andrew Jones, and Soriano leads off the game with a 3-base hit. That pitch isn't even on the plate. A couple inches outside above the belt. You can see how high it hits on the wall in right center field, and at that point it's off to the races for Alfonso Soriano.
And now Felix, PA, 3 for 5 yesterday, as we mentioned, a double, a 3-run homer, his first career stolen base, and he scored 3 runs. A 1-0 finds the strike zone right at the knees, according to the crew chief Charlie Relaford, calling balls and strikes.
He's the only left-handed hitter in the lineup for the Cubs tonight against the lefty Chuck James out there on the mound. I'm not counting Rich Hill.
Back off the foot. It's going to kick into left. It hit the pitcher. It'll be a single for PA. And an RBI, his 9th of the year. So just like that, it's 1-0.
Boy, unfortunately, that ball kicked away from Chuck James, hit very hard back up the middle of the field. You have to love the approach by Felix, PA. The Braves had their corner infielders playing in to try to cut that run off at the plate, also to protect against the bunt. PA stayed up the middle of the field, got the base hit, drove home the run.
Now Derek Lee, who has gone just 1 for 13 on the trip. Right now he's second in the National League with a .343 average. And he takes a strike. This should be a good time to catch the Atlanta Braves. You never know what's going to happen in any series, but Atlanta has dropped 4 of 5. And after beginning the year 14-7 at home, they've gone 2-7 since. And they've dropped 6 of their last 7 here at home. They've been a better road team.
Cubs saw Chuck James last week at Wrigley Field. We talked about that in the open of the show. A little bit like a poor man's Tom Glavine. He'll sink the fastball away from the righties, throw change-ups away, an occasional cutter inside, and an occasional breaking ball. And with the Braves, we just talked about it last week in Wrigley. We talk about it every time we face the Atlanta Braves, the overshifting in the outfield. If you're going to overshift as drastically as the Braves do in the outfield, it is incumbent on that pitcher to make sure he hits his spots. And generally, that's working away to the right-handed hitters. You can see Andrew Jones way over into the gap in right center. Matt Diaz with a lot of room to patrol out there in left field right now.
That's outside. Change up that time from James. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Matt Merton is hitting cleanup. Aramis Ramirez has severe patella tendonitis in his left knee. He has not gone on the disabled list. They're going to give him treatment this weekend. He's been trying to get to Atlanta, but with storms in the Midwest, he's had trouble getting a flight to Atlanta, so we may not even see him on the bench in this ball game. But he would be available to pinch hit tomorrow night, although I think Lou's going to be pretty careful this weekend. And Bob, I think the best case scenario is that Aramis would be back in the lineup Monday against Houston, but no roster move at this point. So they're just going to keep an eye on it. And one of the questions is going to be, can the Cubs continue on with essentially 6 outfielders and no backup infielders? 3-2.
Well, with that in mind, Coy Hill's been taking some ground balls in the infield. We know Alfonso Soriano has played second base in the past. I'm sure that's an option Lou would like to stay away from if at all possible. But yeah, I think the determining factor is going to be, as you mentioned, how does Ramirez respond to treatments over the next couple days? And at that point, the Cubs will make a decision whether to get another infielder up here in the event of an emergency or go with the roster as it is.
Essentially on the bench tonight, you have 3 outfielders, Jock Jones, Cliff Floyd, and Angel Pagan. A backup catcher, Coy Hill, and then Aramis Ramirez, who really is barely available. Runner goes, and I think that was ball 4. It was. Good at bat by D. Lee. First and second, still no outs. I talked to Coy Hill. He lost a lot of weight in the offseason, thinking that he wanted to become more versatile and be able to play second base or third base if needed. And he said tonight he was going to take grounders at both spots. He was a third baseman in college. Derek Lee, actually, Bob, his first minor league season was a third baseman, but he said, I wasn't very good. And since then has been a first baseman, but he said, if needed, I'll go over and play the hot corner. Why not?
Well, that's the kind of attitude you expect from Derek Lee, but very few managers around baseball are going to move a Gold Glover. I mean, he has shown that he's pretty good over there at first base. Let's just leave Derek right there.
If you had a situation at short, whereas Turris had to leave the game, you could move Terrio over. DeRosa could play short. In an emergency, Michael Barrett has told Lou, if you need me to play short or third, I can do it. He has done it a little bit in the major league. So everybody pitching in.
I'm sure Zambrano volunteered to play infield if necessary, just so he could get some more at-bats.
Now, he had 2 hits in getting the win yesterday. There's a strike on Matt Merton. Maybe his best start of the year, and I think considering what it followed, it was his best outing, and he called it his opening day. He's not looking behind. He's saying, I'm 1-0.
That's a great attitude to have, even after a good outing. I mean, it's long gone by the time you take the ball for your next start, as Merton looks at a strike 3 on the outside corner.
I think he appreciated the call. That's the first out. And a big one for Chuck James. Let's see where it was.
Well, the Braves pitching staff has always tried to expand that zone as much as possible, and their skipper Bobby Cox tries to work those umpires behind the plate early in the game to establish that strike zone, and that time it looked like James may have gotten the benefit of the doubt on a borderline pitch.
Now Michael Barrett, he's from Atlanta, and like Matt Merton, he ordered up about 15 tickets for family members. Sean Gallagher with about 25 tickets. He's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and he expects a lot of friends and family to be here throughout the weekend. Sean was brought up yesterday but did not make his major league debut in Milwaukee. He's only 21 years old, and I hope he got some sleep last night. To short, charge by Renteria. The flip to second. The relay by Johnson in time. They get the double play, and James gets out of the inning. But the Cubs do get on the board first, and Rich Hill will take the mound, leading 1-0.
Shining is taking responsibility. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we know managing your health care can be overwhelming, and it's our job to help you meet the challenge. By guiding, supporting, and showing the way, we encourage you to gain control. Because we believe the best tool we can give you is the confidence to take charge. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through.
Sculpted lines, stirring details. The Lexus ES. One look is only the beginning. As we said, one look is only the beginning. The Lexus ES.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take the, No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom. Get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah. I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
Bottom of the first as the Cubs got on the board in the top of the inning. Let's check in on the Atlanta Braves Southwest starting lineup as written out by Bobby Cox. Kelly Johnson's the second baseman. Hill started. Yunel Escobar filling in for Chipper Jones. We will not see Chipper off the DL in this series. Renteria, Andrew Jones, Jeff Brancourt in right. Matt Diaz is the left fielder. Brian McCann, who had an ankle injury, did not play yesterday. He's back in there. Scott Thorman and Chuck James, a pitcher. Set the defense here after we get going as Rich Hill deals a strike on Kelly Johnson. Rich's best start of the year was here at Turner Field on April 19th. 8 shutout innings. He gave up just 4 hits. The 0-2. Soft liner, and it's picked by DeRosa before it hit the dirt. Tony Randazzo made the call at third base. 1 out.
Let's take a look at the rest of the Cubs defense, brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Soriano, PA, and Merton across the outfield. We've seen Mark DeRosa in action already down at third base. Cesar Torres at short. Ryan Terrio at second. Derek Lee over at first. Michael Barrett behind the plate today for left-hander Rich Hill. Glenn, you'll be interested to know, I know you're a big music lover. I saw Rich in the dugout before the ball game, well before the ball game, listening to his iPod, and asked him what he was listening to. And he said he burned himself a new mix for tonight's ball game. He said he thought it was time to change the tune. So had a little U2, some Dave Matthews Band, some Eminem, some Rob Thomas, and of course the Saw Doctors.
The Saw Doctors,
yeah,
huh?
A Celtic band.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with them, but if Rich spins a gem tonight, the Saw Doctors may be getting a lot of play.
If he spins a gem, he should listen to the Spin Doctors.
I was afraid to ask him. Saw Doctors. You know, sometimes you make an assumption based on the name of the band, but he said they were a Celtic group.
Hit foul by Escobar. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chipper Jones was eligible to come off the disabled list tomorrow. Injuries to both hands, but he's had a couple of cortisone shots in each hand. You see both hands in a splint. And it sounds, Bob, like it's going to be weeks and not days before his return. And John Smoltz in the Atlanta paper today said we need him back really soon. Here was the injury against the Pittsburgh Pirates in May. Really toppled over Jose Bautista and landed on both hands. Ouch.
Boy, and as we well know, those hand and wrist injuries always take longer than you think they're going to take.
Is Torres coming in? And he gets Escobar. Chipper actually came back and played a few games and statistically was pretty good, but got to the point where it was just too much pain. And the other thing I read was he had just trouble doing household chores, and the doctor said if it hurts, you're making it worse.
Yeah, you hear stories all the time about ball players trying to play through an injury. They can go out on the field and perform, but can't buckle the safety belt in their car. They can't comb their hair. They can't brush their teeth because they're just suffering from too much pain. I think it'll be interesting tonight to watch Rich Hill and how he approaches these Braves hitters. Back at Wrigley Field, you may recall, he got some called strike threes on fastballs right down the middle of the plate. It was apparent that particular day the Braves were sitting on that big breaking ball, especially when Rich got to those 2 strike counts, and he was able to sneak some fastballs by him for called strike 3. See if he tries that same approach tonight or makes a quick adjustment.
Well, he's hitting his spots here in the first inning. A couple of good fastballs to get ahead of Renteria, 1-2. A 1-2 pitch, and Renteria flailed at the big breaker. Nice 1-2-3 start for Rich Hill. DeRosa Terrio and his tourists coming up in the second.
Welcome to California.
We cruise.
We fly.
We run.
We go with the flow.
We let go.
And we believe one simple thing.
That every day in California is your lucky day.
Is your lucky day.
So there's just one thing you have to ask yourself.
How fast can you get here?
Find yourself in California. Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther with more than 90 daily flights from Chicago Midway to these cities.
You are now free to move about the country.
All new mowers look good. But Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Imagine a car with the same fuel economy as Camry, but with a lot more power. The Pontiac G6. Or cross over to Touring. More power than Escape, with the same gas mileage. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Every 2007 G6 comes with the best coverage in America and a great starting at price, too. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Tomorrow, Cubs baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet. The series continues in Atlanta when the Northsiders slug it out with the Braves, followed by Cubs postgame live. Cubs Braves tomorrow at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Cub fans still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cub games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on Replay, the official secondary market site for the Chicago Cubs. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out Replay at Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Skied to shallow right by Mark DeRosa. Jeff Francoeur with a sliding catch. So DeRosa's out on a nice play by Jeff Francoeur.
Yeah, that's one instance where that overshift to the opposite field by the Braves in the outfield paid off. Francoeur in a position to come in and make a nice running, sliding catch on a ball that looked like it was going to drop out there in no man's land.
Now Ryan Terrio playing second. Escobar in at third base. And ball one low. I know there are a lot of Cub fans out there who want to know what the Cubs did in the first day of the draft today. First time ever it has been televised, and the Cubs represented at the draft by their manager of baseball information, Chuck Wasserstrom, director of media relations, Peter Chase, and outfield and base running coordinator, Bob Dernier. And the top 4 picks for the Cubs, all position players. They had the number 3 overall pick. And they took a high school third baseman out of Cypress, California, Josh Bitters. He's 17 years old. He'll be 18 in August. Baseball America called him the best pure high school hitter. The draft being run by Tim Wilkin, who runs the Cubs scouting department. Backhanded play by Renteria running away from first base, and it should be a hit. Ryan Theriot just beat it out.
And rightfully called an infield hit for Theriot. Got jammed a little bit. Slow roller to that left side. Renteria did everything he could possibly do. He fielded it on the backhand side, got rid of it quickly. Theriot just outran the play at first base.
A couple of more notes on Josh Vitters. Committed to Arizona State. If he doesn't sign, they pitch out, nothing going on down at first base. He missed about a month during the season with pneumonia, and he was the Gatorade 2007 California Player of the Year. So Josh Vitters, a third baseman from Cypress, California, Cubs first-round pick. They took a catcher from Auburn University, another Joshua Donaldson, with the 48th overall pick. Then in the third round, a second baseman from Florida State, Anthony Thomas. And in the fourth, a shortstop from Oregon State, Darwin Barney. So all the top 4 picks for the Cubs, position players. 1 high schooler, 3 from college, all right-handed hitters. And this will get back out of play. And normally, in the high rounds, Bob, you take the best player available, but there's no secret that there has been a void of position player prospects in this organization.
Well, and Vitters, by all reports, a solid contact hitter with power to all fields. I mean, every report I've seen on the young man says he is a major league bat at this point.
Runner goes, base hit the other way, right behind Theriot. Been a rough go for Cesar Izturis, 1 out of his last 19, but make it 2 for 20. And we'll see if Rich Hill's latest work on his hitting is going to pay off, because right now he just wants to make some contact with a man at third and only 1 out.
Boy, I love to see that hit and run. When you have a hitter that's struggling at the plate, one way to try to get him untracked is to play hit and run if you get a guy on base ahead of him. And that time Theriot reached on the infield hit and perfectly executed hit and run. And the reason I say that is when you're in a slump, usually it's because you get in your own head a little bit too much. Start trying to think a little bit too much, try to guess a little bit too much. On a hit and run, there is no guesswork involved at all. You're swinging at the next pitch no matter where it is. And that time Izturis found the hole on the right side with a clean line drive, and Cubs on that first and third merry-go-round.
Rich wants to make contact, but he does not want to hit a hard ground ball at one of the middle infielders, as the Braves will try to get a double play and get out of it. Now, Cubs pitchers lead the National League with 10 RBIs. Carlos Zambrano had an RBI hit on Wednesday in Milwaukee. They're tied for second in the National League with 20 hits. They're also second with 10 runs. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
This gets back to that old cliche we joke about all the time. If you feel like you're going to hit into a double play, strike out. Got Alfonso Soriano over there in the on-deck circle. The worst thing that could happen is a ground ball right at one of the Braves' middle infielders.
Kick and a pitch, and it's fouled back. Well, let's get the official weather report. Nice day here in Atlanta. We knew we were in the southeast when we got off the plane last night. We were smacked in the face by heat and humidity.
Wow.
With a beautiful night. Good eye just outside, 2-2.
You're talking about the prowess of the Cubs pitchers offensively. See, a lot of times the best thing a pitcher can do is force the other pitcher to throw a lot of pitches.
Can't make contact, strike 3.
Run up that pitch count. Give those guys in your lineup who are paid to swing the bat an opportunity to face a pitcher that's maybe a little fatigued because he had to throw 5 or 6 or 7 pitchers to get the pitcher out.
So So a 2-out chance for Soriano, who started the game with a 3-base hit. And then very quickly scored on the single by Felix P.A.
Well, I thought it was a good sign, too, to see Soriano going to right field on that pitch. Now, granted, it's tough to pull the pitch that he hit to right field. It was off the plate away and up a little bit, but we've seen Alfonso try to pull those pitches away from him back to left field. And the fact that he stayed on that one, drove it to right center field, hopefully that's a good sign.
Chuck James is an interesting guy. Apparently he doesn't follow other teams very closely. First major league hitter he ever faced was Todd Helton. He walked him. Base hit into left. Soriano with an RBI hit. 2-0. After walking Helton, I guess a pitching coach, a teammate walked out there, said, "Good job, way to work around him." And Chuck James said, "Why is he good?"
There's one of those pitches away that Soriano pulls back to left field. Fortunately finds that hole on the left side of the infield.
Well, I think he knows who Alfonso Soriano is. Soriano with 2 hits tonight against James. Spring training, Mike Gonzalez was on a mound, and Chuck James said to one of his teammates, "Who's that?" Ground ball to first. Teammate said, "You know, Adam LaRoche doesn't play with us anymore. We traded for Gonzalez." He said, "Is he good?" Oh, I guess blissful ignorance, right?
That's right.
It's 2-0 Cubs.
Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's. Get any 2 biscuit sandwiches for just $3.
So yeah, my Corolla gets 41 miles per gallon. Not surprising considering Toyota's reputation, but I also got a great deal. Honestly, I expected to pay a lot more. So I donated the extra money to saving the whales. And pandas. Wow.
Hey.
Hey.
Scott, right?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Well, see you at the fundraiser.
Yes, you will.
Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Wake up!
Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's new iced coffee in 3 delicious flavors.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Tuesday, June 12th is Country Music Night at Wrigley Field, sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Country music singer Kelly Pickler will appear at the game. Country music memorabilia will be given away throughout the game, and one lucky fan will win a trip for 2 to Nashville, compliments of the Grand Ole Opry and Southwest Airlines. Cubs and the Mariners at 7:05. Cubs with a run in each of the first 2 innings, supporting Rich Hill. Andrew Jones deep to right. This one toward the corner and the foul pole. And it's a home run. It's fair. Just inside the pole. And Andrew Jones, whose last home run came on Saturday against Michael Wirtz, does it against the Cubs again tonight. Snaps in 0 for 13 in the process and picks up his 10th homer of the year. It's 2-1.
I'll tell you, for me, that's one of those, what are you going to do about it, home runs. Andrew Jones, as a general rule, doesn't hit many balls to right field with authority. He wants to pull the ball to left center and left field. That time just swung a little bit tardy, got that ball up in the air to right field, and it carried right on out of here, just inside the foul pole.
Career homer number 352 for Andrew. And it was his first career hit against Rich Hill. He was 0 for 8 going into that at bat. And on the hands and fouled off by Francoeur.
There you see Michael Barrett moves out on the outside corner. The pitch is on the outer third of the plate. Just a little bit of a tardy swing by Andrew Jones, but he catches it on the head of the bat and rides it right out of here. Yeah, we talked about some of the Cubs players who have grabbed infielders' gloves and started taking some ground balls. I saw Andrew Jones taking ground balls at third base today. Replace one Jones with another. Something that he does with regularity. At least a couple days a week you'll see Andrew Jones with a glove either at shortstop or third base, just to work on his footwork, work on his quickness.
2-2 from Hill. And it's now full. Swing and a miss. Francoeur chase ball 4. 2 strikeouts for Rich.
Think that's ever been said before? Jeff Francoeur chases ball 4. That's his 47th strikeout on the season in 60 ball games. One-handed swing. Bottom hand came off.
Matt Diaz playing left field against the left-hander Rich Hill. We talked about this in Chicago. The Braves are 12-15 against lefties, 21-12 versus right-handers. So good matchup in this series. 3 of the Cubs' 4 starters are lefties.
That's a little surprising. I looked at the numbers for each individual hitter in the lineup tonight, and Matt Diaz, Jeff Francoeur, Kelly Johnson, Edgar Renteria, and Yunel Escobar all hitting at least 300 or considerably above 300 against left-handed pitching. You would think their team record would be better against lefties with those kind of offensive numbers for 5 guys in your starting lineup. Brian McCann, the on-deck hitter. 261 batter against left-handed pitching going into play tonight. Look out.
Busted bat, pop-up caught in foul ground by Derek Lee. And the rest of the bat ended up, a good 18 to 20 rows up behind the Cubs dugout. And we certainly hope everybody is all right.
Unfortunately, it looked like that bat was headed for a row where a bunch of guys were paying attention. They got to their feet quickly. They knocked it down, saved the people from behind them. That young man right there knocked it down with a hip. Good to see everybody okay.
Here's McCann, a right ankle injury on Tuesday, game 2 of their doubleheader against Florida. So he sat out yesterday, back in there tonight.
As good as Brian McCann has been for the Braves over the last year plus, it's amazing what a motivator is to have a young catcher sitting over there on the bench. Those ankle injuries tend to heal a lot quicker when you know there's somebody over there looking to take your job. Jared Saltalamacchia, the young catcher the Braves called up a couple of weeks ago, sharing time behind home plate with McCann.
We'll keep an eye on the other action around baseball. We can tell you that Curt Schilling got to within 1 out of his first career no-hitter. Shannon Stewart of the Oakland A's with a single to right after Schilling shook off the sign from Jason Varitek. He ended up with a 1-hitter as Boston beat Oakland 1-0. In the Associated Press story, Schilling was quoted saying, "We get 2 outs and I was sure and I had a plan and I shook Tech off and I get a big what if for the rest of my life." He was oh so close.
Don't second guess your catcher. That's the bottom line.
Congratulations to Trevor Hoffman last night. Picked up career save number 500. The first reliever ever to pick up 500 saves. Rich Hill off the mound. He will flip to Lee. And after the leadoff home run by Andrew Jones, 3 up, 3 down. But this one just stayed fair down the right field line, and it's now 2-1 Cubs.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Classic car fans, it's time to rev your engines for the 3rd annual Midwest Classic Car Show Auction and Swap Meet. It's all happening at the Greater Quad City Auto Auction in Milan on Saturday, June 9th. Gates open at 8 a.m. for the car show, pancake breakfast, and swap meet. The poker run starts at 1:30 with proceeds going to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Visit QCAA.com for details and a list of classic auction cars. It's a one-day event packed with food and fun for the whole family at the 3rd annual Midwest Classic Car Show.
When your vehicles are in need of service, drive to the big QC sign. Trust your vehicle to a group of technicians with over 30 years of experience in the Quad City area.
Locally owned and operated, we're your neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We shop in the same stores. QC Auto Service Centers. Same great service, same great locations for over 30 years.
Drive to any of our 3 Quad City locations. We'll treat you like family.
QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover's Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live, you'll hear from Cubs #1 draft pick Josh Bitters. And the Bulls worked out 3 draft prospects at the Berto Center. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover's Sports Night. Tonight after Cubs post-game live only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. 1 strike on Derek Lee. He walked in the first inning. Leading off the 3rd for the Cubs. Breaker is in there, and just like that, nothing in 2. Got him called strike 3, moved his hands, but the fastball caught the inside sliver of the plate.
Well, you can understand why Derek Lee was caught by surprise there. We've talked about it over the last week or so. Nobody is challenging Derek Lee on the inside part of the plate anymore. Chuck James does right here, and it's been so long since Derek's seen a fastball from the middle of the plate in, he didn't know what to do with it.
Well, it was a good move, Bob, with Matt Merton in the lineup, that Lou is hitting him cleanup tonight. Just the body language from Matt lately, it looks like he needs a little pick-me-up. I know it's been a tough year for Matt. He hasn't been playing a whole lot. Right now he's mired in an 0 for 13. But Lou putting him right in the middle of things with Ramirez out and Merton hitting 4th.
And certainly that's a good enough reason to do it, to hopefully get Matt Merton's confidence back on track, get him swinging the bat the way he possibly can. But another secondary value is that's a spot where you could conceivably pinch hit late in the ball game, and it would kind of throw a monkey wrench into Bobby Cox's plans if you can slide a left-handed hitter in there after Derek Lee. Now Bobby's going to have to decide whether he wants to go to the bullpen to the lefty, at which point he's going to have to face Barrett and DeRosa afterwards, or use another pitcher.
That's a good point. You normally don't have your cleanup hitter be a candidate to be pinch hit for late. But that would be the case tonight, particularly with Jones and Floyd available on the bench. Here's James on a 1-2 pitch and a ground ball hit to 3rd base for Yunel Escobar. Pretty good arm as he throws him out.
As I mentioned, I was here early today, and I watched Escobar take some ground balls at third base. The Braves do it a little differently. They bring their infielders out very early, even before batting practice starts. They take their fungos, they throw to the bases, they get all their defensive work in before batting practice even starts. And Escobar was showcasing that arm over there at third base, and he does have a cannon.
Now the pride of Pace Academy here in Atlanta, Michael Barrett. There's Escobar again. A lot of time, guns it over. A very quick 1-2-3 inning for Chuck James. Cubs 2, Braves 1, halfway in the third.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Again, I take full... I gotta run. Yippee-ki-yay.
Yeah, he's thinking Arby's new toasted subs. Toasted to perfection and served hot. So delicious, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's. Visit Arby's.com for a chance to win a day with a real stuntman.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take the, No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom, get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah, I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
Sunday, the Sox are on Comcast Sportsnet. It's an interleague clash on the South Side when Paulie and the boys battle the Houston Astros in high def. Coverage starts with Belco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Astros Sunday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the Batter's Eye Lounge in center field. Offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 25 to 100. The Batter's Eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago, especially on summer weekends. The Batter's Eye Lounge is also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more info, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS. By the way, the fourth pick that I mentioned for the Cubs actually was their second pick of the third round. Darwin Barney from Oregon State. As the catch is made by Michael Barrett. Thorman fouls out. Did you catch any of the draft on television?
I caught bits and pieces of it. Yeah, I was more closely following on the internet just the draft tracker where the picks show up and a little scouting report on each guy. It was interesting.
The Chicago Cubs are now on the clock. That was fun. Commissioner Bud Selig making the announcements in the first round.
You know, and I'll state the obvious. Baseball's a little different than other sports. In the NFL draft and the NBA draft, obviously those guys a lot of times make an immediate impact. They go straight to the big leagues, and it's not that way in baseball. You know, a lot of these guys that are drafted today, you may never hear from at the major league level. Some of them may go on to become stars. But it's going to take a little while.
Oh-2 on the way and just missed a little high, I believe, on the curveball to Chuck James. Did you ever play with a teammate who didn't really follow other teams and have any idea of who was doing what around Major League Baseball, like we just talked about with Chuck James?
I had teammates that didn't even know who their own teammates were.
Well,
I mean, it does happen, surprisingly enough. They just rely so much on their own talent, they don't care who they're playing against or what his abilities or reputation might be. I could never quite understand that myself, but there are guys like that.
Tap back to Rich Hill. He'll set. Better hurry, and he threw him out. Rich took his time as James was hustling all the way.
I think that's going to be the next part of Rich Hill's game that he's going to need a little work on. He is a very deliberate fielder. A lot of plays are much closer than they need to be, and in some instances, batters have reached first base because he was so slow unloading the ball. And I have no doubts that he'll be able to do it. We've seen what he's done with his delivery with runners on base. He's really speeded it up when necessary. He's come up with a pickoff move that can freeze runners over at first base. So in my humble opinion, that will be the next step in his development. The next thing he needs to improve upon to really become an elite pitcher.
That turned away Kelly Johnson on a fastball. 2 balls, no strikes. Milwaukee is off. They'll start a weekend series in Texas tomorrow. The Cubs are 6.5 out. They're in 3rd place. Atlanta is in 2nd in the National League East. 3.5 back of the New York Mets. Johnson draws the walk. And for the first time tonight, Hill will work from the stretch. He only hit he is allowed was the home run by Andrew Jones. Rich has been good here. This is his 3rd start at Turner Field. He's 2-0 with a 0.66.
Well, most pitchers will tell you that this is a good ballpark to pitch in. Big gaps in the outfield, huge outfield, a lot of room for your outfielders to roam around and make plays out there. There's quite a bit of foul territory, and most of the time when you come in here to Atlanta, it is humid. And for pitchers that rely on breaking balls, the more humid, the thicker the air is, the better that ball breaks.
Yunel Escobar had quite a major league debut on Saturday against Rich Hill. In the opening inning, he picked up his first major league hit. It was a bloop single the other way, swing and a miss. Later had the game-winning RBI double off Will Oman in the 8th. 2 days later against Florida, 4 for 4 with a double and his first career home run. Fly ball sending PA over into right center. Merton's looking as well, but it'll be PA to haul it in for the 3rd out. 2-out walk, no runs. We've completed 3 from Turner Field on a beautiful night, and the Cubs lead 2-1.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
When you search for a car at Autotrader.com, we send more cars your way than anyone. A lot more cars. So you can narrow it down by model, the color, even the price. And when you search from the largest selection,
That's the one.
you get the car you want at the price you want. No one has more cars in Chicagoland. Autotrader.com, the ultimate automotive marketplace.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Critics are calling Hostel Part 2 intense, terrifying, easily the best horror movie in years.
Stop, please.
I dare you to see it. Hostel Part 2, rated R, starts tomorrow.
When the Cubs game is over, stay tuned for Cubs postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet. All the interviews and press conferences, in-depth game highlights, and Dan Plesek breaks down all the action. Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Let's get into tonight's Aflac trivia question. Who did Bobby Cox replace as the manager of the Atlanta Braves in 1990? With the answer coming up in the bottom of the inning. Oh, Duck wanted to make a return.
Something happened to the Duck.
Ah! Way up in the air to center. One out.
That's exactly what it sounds like if you were standing next to Andrew Jones as he waited on that fly ball to come down. Challenge me. Well, hopefully the Cubs hitters will challenge Andrew Jones out there. Ho hum.
Terrio looks at it low. The other injury update, Angel Guzman has a strain on the medial side of his right elbow. He will not throw until the symptoms subside. That'll be a minimum of 2 weeks. So he's going to rehab at Fitch Park in Mesa. And it sounds like Angel Guzman's going to be out a while. Oh, Matt Sinatra took that one. Oh, man. I could hear it up here. He's smiling. He's tough. And the former Brave saying, I'm all right. He's going to hear it from the Braves dugout, though.
Oh, he's going to hear it from his own dugout. Lou with a smile on his face. You might want to back up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Moonwalk back there to the far end of that coach's box. Give yourself as much range as possible.
Now in Kangaroo Court, who gets fined, Terrio or Sinatra?
Oh, Sinatra. Hey, Terrio just trying to do his job, fouled off a tough pitch. Matt Sinatra embarrassed the ball club right there. And that's what the Kangaroo Court's all about. Hey, he was darn proud of his one-handed catch on a pop-up the other day, but I don't think he's going to be as proud of this one. Now, Matty does have some range problems. He's got that bad knee, and a lot of times it is hard for him, all joking aside, to get out of the way of those line drives. You know, if you don't have your lateral mobility, it's tough to get out of the way when that ball's hit right at you.
Now, I believe he did play briefly for Bobby back in 1981. Yeah, that was a strike year. That's driven by Terrio. Andrew Jones going after it. Oh, what a play. He wasn't yawning on that one, I can tell you that. I'm telling you right now, Bob, just a handful of center fielders get to that ball, and nobody catches it without diving.
Well, and once again, he starts from right center. Look where he started from. He's a good 10 or 12 steps over into the gap in right center, runs right by the straightaway center field position, and makes the catch over in the gap in left center.
Man.
Great instincts, great speed.
His Torres pops it foul out of play. Well, what did you say? Challenge me?
Yeah.
Terrio did. He might not want to do that again.
Hit it a little further to the gap. We'll keep testing him till we find his limit.
A roller to short. Renteria backhands and just gets his Torres. James has sent down 7 straight. Good help from his defense this inning. It's still 2-1.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Yeah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
This is the place. Let's go. Open 24 hours. Common sense never sleeps. 2-for-1 hot dogs with all the fixings. Now, that's how you help people live a high life. Hey, how you doing, bud? There you go. This place is a mountain of goodness in a mixed-up world. Thank you very much. Now, come over here. I got something to show you. We got a surprise for you. Switch it on, boys. Certified purveyors of the high life. That's you, buddy.
Certified purveyors of the Miller High Life.
Yeah, proof the world hasn't gone completely crazy.
The 2007 Chevy Impala has something Toyota and Honda don't. The GM 100,000-mile warranty. and OnStar with help at the push of a button, and diagnostic checks emailed to you every month, Impala has you covered for the road ahead. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Chevy Impala LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1 LT for around $199 a month.
Bottom of the fourth, 2-1. Matt Sinatra, the first base coach, got hit by a foul ball. Ryan Terrio saying, "You all right, Matty?" "I'm fine."
Ow, 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 ow.
A few chuckles in the dugout.
They have to recruit Rich Rupp to go down and coach first.
At one point, Lou Piniella waved his hands as if to say, just play a little deeper out there.
I tell you, those major league dugouts, once you know a guy is okay, and really it's only a matter of embarrassment, that's when it really gets tough in there.
One and one. Gerald Perry, he can't stop laughing. Yeah, this is Lou a little bit earlier.
Play deeper.
Play back.
Get back.
Swing and a miss by Renteria. And they get the out at first. Let's get the answer to our Aflac trivia question.
Aflac!
Whom did Bobby Cox replace as the Braves manager back in 1990?
Aflac!
He didn't replace Aflac. He replaced Russ Nixon. Russ Nixon replaced Chuck Tanner. And we see Russ Nixon when we go to Cincinnati. Works at the ballpark. In between tenures, as Bobby has managed the Braves twice, a base hit as they were overshifted as Torres was cutting off the hole on the left side, and Jones is now 2 for 2. In between Bobby's tenures here, Joe Torre, Eddie Haas, Bobby Wine. We see Bobby quite a bit. He's a scout. Chuck Tanner and Russ Nixon.
Possibly the toughest job in Major League Baseball is going to be for the guy who replaces Bobby Cox. He has set a standard here in Atlanta that is going to be pretty tough for anybody to come close to.
Good lead by Andrew Jones, not running, and the pitch is a curveball that catches the bottom part of the strike zone. Seems to me Charlie Relaford has given Rich Hill those low pitches. He's had a couple of fastballs that have been right down near the bottom of the kneecaps, and he's gotten those calls. And that's a good thing when you think about that curveball.
Any of your pitches, really, you prefer to keep them down unless you're intentionally trying to change a batter's eye level. You're always telling your pitchers to keep the ball down, and if you have a home plate umpire who's going to call that pitch down near the bottom of the kneecaps, that should really work to a pitcher's advantage.
Two hits for the Braves. They both belong to Andrew Jones. Cubs have 5 hits and 2 runs.
We talk a lot about hitters who have those picture-perfect swings. Usually a left-hander that has that very graceful swing. Jeffrey Francoeur swings like he's mad at the baseball every pitch. Grunts. Well, it's a style that has worked well for him.
You know, I was wondering if Rich Hill was grunting, but I think you're right. I think it's the swing by Francoeur.
If you got Jeff Francoeur facing Nolan Ryan, it would be an X-rated ball game with all the grunting going on out there in the middle of the field.
Runner goes, and no throw by Barrett. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the hitter. Andrew Jones doesn't run much, but he's picked his spots well. He's 3 for 3.
Just went first movement that time. Michael Barrett had a little trouble getting a handle on the baseball. I think with the jump Andrew Jones had, it was going to be a long shot to throw him out at second anyway. And I mentioned in the last inning that Rich Hill, in my opinion, needs to improve his defensive quickness with his feet, with his release of the baseball, throwing to the bases, and a part of that's going to be his pickoffs at second base as well.
That's buried deep to right. Matt Merton, though, is going to have enough room with his heels just about on the warning track. He makes a catch. Jones to third with 2 outs.
And the reason I say that is Andrew Jones took his lead off second base. Ryan Theriot had kind of put himself into a position where he was close to the bag at second, and Andrew was just walking off the bag. Rich Hill recognized it, but by the time he thought about it, Andrew had stopped and gone back a couple steps. Look at Theriot just kind of snuck in there at second base on the pitch before that and was in a position to pick off Andrew Jones at second base if you had somebody who had quick feet on the mound.
Diaz with a big swing. 1 strike on the foul tip. Well, the game plan from Rich Hill, he wants to be very, very aggressive. He wants action early in the count. And he's gotten that from the last couple of hitters.
Had Rich Hill fallen behind Matt Diaz, I think he would have pitched him completely differently in this at-bat with the left-handed hitting Brian McCann in the on-deck circle. I mentioned McCann, one of the guys that has struggled somewhat against left-handed pitching. Diaz, on the other hand, has had no problems with lefties, hitting .338. 3 of his 4 home runs have come against left-handed pitching. So if you fall behind a guy like that, maybe you pitch around him, maybe you go ahead and put him on.
Well, instead he put him away. And the Braves strand the tying run at third base. 2-1 as we go to the 5th.
Todd, you were on fire. Have you been eating more fiber?
Nah, but I did get a healthy deal at the Kia Spring Sales event.
The Kia Spring Sales event. Get an amazing deal on the Kia Spectra, a sporty sedan with 35 miles per gallon, a 5-star frontal crash safety rating, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, all for under $13,500.
Wow.
Get $1,500 cash back at the Kia Spring Sales event. Offer ends soon.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Sports Rise every morning on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the all-new full-size 2007 Toyota Tundra.
Hey, Cub fans, on Wednesday, June 13th, the Cubs battle the Seattle Mariners at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive an Ernie Banks number 14 cap, compliments of Ballpark Franks.
The next homestand will be rather interesting. Houston comes in for a makeup game Monday, then 3 against Seattle, followed by a 3-game series versus San Diego. Hill rolls over on a ground ball foul.
Now for Cub fans, perhaps who haven't seen the Mariners play, or more specifically haven't seen Ichiro play, you're in for a real treat. This is a guy who is as prepared on every pitch of the ball game as anybody I've ever seen.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Now, there have been some scheduling changes that we wanted fans to be aware of. It is a night game coming up Sunday for national television here in Atlanta. The makeup game after the snow out in early April we'll have on Comcast Sportsnet Plus Monday night. The game against the White Sox on the south side will be a 1 o'clock start on Comcast Sportsnet. They've moved that game back on June 30th to 2:55 at home against the Brewers, and then the day-night doubleheader in St. Louis in mid-September. We'll have the night game at 7:30 here on Comcast Sportsnet. So a few changes on the schedule. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Soriano. It's away and a little low. He already has 2 hits, a triple and an RBI single. Well, I know you have all your golf shirts arranged per series for the rest of the season, so you may have to maneuver a little bit with some of these schedule changes. Just call if you have any questions on where we are and what station we're on.
Oh, believe me, I will. I mean, I've taken to carrying an extra shirt depending on what network we're on a given night. I just put an extra of each one in the car. That way, if I do happen to wear the wrong one, I'll have a backup.
Lined into center, Andrew Jones reaches up and makes a catch. A couple of nice plays by Andrew here in the last 2 innings. And Soriano is right on Chuck James.
Yeah, he's not fooling him. I mean, the base hit he had back in the second inning, he reached out and hooked the ball back through the left side, kind of an easy ground ball that found the hole, but that ball was scalded to straightaway center.
Now, do you hang up your shirts based on color scheme, or you just throw them all in the closet and then rifle through them every day?
Well, Comcast on one side and WGN on the other side.
Okay. Outside on Felix PA, ball 1.
We're getting to that point of the season. I think we can put all the long sleeve shirts away.
You would think.
Although, from what I understand, the weather back in Chicago and in the Midwest in general today has been nasty. Tornado warnings, thunderstorms.
It was pretty cool in Milwaukee the first couple of days. Jones again, this time in left center. Flips it into the seats. Chuck James starting to settle in. The Cubs lead, however, 2-1.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand?
Sure, yeah. Just take the, oh.
No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom, get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah, I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Blast away dirt and debris with a new Brew Tough pressure washer from Briggs & Stratton at Menards. This 2,500 PSI model with a Honda engine includes 4 spray tips, turbo nozzle, and hose, only $289. Keep your lawn watered with a lifetime warranty hose. This 50-foot ProFlex hose features 5-ply construction and is just $13.98. This 50-foot Yardworks hose is just $15.95. Plus, there's 0 payments and no interest till spring when you use your big card.
Save big money at Menards.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher here with you. More Cubs baseball in just a moment. But first, here's a look at who the Cubs drafted with the 3rd pick in today's baseball draft. The Cubs took 17-year-old high school third baseman Josh Bitters from California. He hit .371 this season and is considered to be one of the top hitters in the draft. And now let's go back to Len and Bob in Atlanta, guys.
Gail, thanks very much. The Cubs lead the Braves 2-1, and we keep getting updates in the 4th round. The Cubs took another position player, a right fielder out of the University of Virginia, Brandon Gyers. So all position players early on. Nice pick by Terrio. And he throws out Brian McCann. Rich Hill likes pitching in this ballpark, and against the Braves in his career, a 0.87 earned run average.
Rich has done a lot of things well in the ball game tonight, but more than anything else is his command. You mentioned it earlier. He's keeping the ball down. He's hitting those lanes on the inside and outside corner, and when he does that, he gets the desired result. That time a well-hit ball, but right at one of his defenders.
First baseman Scott Thorman, batting 8th. Sure seems like Bobby Cox is going to start to find ways to get rookie Jared Saltalamacchia into the lineup as much as he can. Saltalamacchia made his debut at first base last weekend at Wrigley Field. He's a catcher by trade. He's a switch hitter, and they like him a lot. Hill dropped down and missed on a heater. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It's number 5 for Hill, and he'll now face the pitcher. And while Saltalamacchia has the longest last name in Major League history at 14 letters, great story in USA Today earlier this week on the Long Beach Armada pro baseball team. They have officially changed their name to the Long Beach Armada of Los Angeles, of California, of the United States of America, including Barrow, Alaska. Soriano coming over. He'll make the catch, or for short, LBALACUSNAIBA.
Go team.
It's a nice abbreviation. That's what it says in the front of the jersey. Still 2-1.
Nothing would make me happier than to experience a paranormal event.
He came to expose a myth.
There have been 56 deaths in 1408.
It's an evil room.
Ghoulies and ghosties don't exist.
But he's just checked into a world.
Where is the bone-chilling terror?
He may never escape.
I'm just hallucinating.
Based on the terrifying story by Stephen King.
Did you call the cops?
They're in 1408. The room's empty.
1408, directed by Michael Hofstrom, rated PG-13.
The safest accident is the one that never happens. The 2008 Lexus RX with 14 actively safe features. Learn more at activelysafe.com.
Let the Cubs pepper you in style while you watch the game from the comfort of the Wrigley Field Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments. It's the perfect place for your next corporate or social outing. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Hey, Cubs fans, tune into Comcast Sportsnet all year to watch your team and the LoJack caught stealing play. Then visit Cubs.com/LoJack to enter to win a 2008 spring training trip. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
The best damn sports show, period. Come on in and be our guest. for sports television's nightly party. The best damn sports show, period. Tonight on Comcast Sportsnet.
Weeknights, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Dan Jiggett's Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30, right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. We're into the 6th, and D. Lee swings and misses. Hit foul to the right. Derek 0 for 5 against Chuck James, who is 1-0 in 2 career starts versus the Cubs. A dirt ball for ball 1, 1-2. Cubs are only a game under on the road, 14-15. They're 6 beneath 500 at home. 7-11 against the National League Eastern Division. Braves 7-4 against the Central. They took 2 of 3 in Milwaukee, their first series win in their last 5. And with Lou Piniella returning to the dugout tonight, he's nearing 3,000 games managed. Now only 3 away from 3,000. Said it looked easier from up where we watch the games normally, and he said you don't miss anything. You see everything.
It gives you a much broader perspective when you sit up here at the press box level.
Escobar makes a play, 1 out. That's 11 straight sent down by James.
We mentioned it for Rich Hill. He seems to have real good command tonight, keeping this ball for the most part out of the middle of the plate. And since that second inning, James has been able to do the same thing. When he does come inside on the righties, he's pushed them off the plate inside and then gone right back away, either with a changeup or a sinking fastball, and then a lot of easy ground ball outs.
James with a 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed. James is a fly ball pitcher, and most of the outs here the last couple of innings have been out toward Andrew Jones.
Well, in this ballpark, we talked about it earlier, big to the gaps, big to straightaway center field. If you can get the opposing team to hit the ball from gap to gap in the outfield, you've got a pretty good chance to get a lot of outs, especially when your center fielder's Andrew Jones.
Shallow right, base hit as it gets down for Matt Merton. That ends his 0 for 14. And the family members in attendance, I'm sure, love it.
Well, sometimes this is all it takes to break a slump. He just cues that ball off the end of the bat, little floater out behind first base. Nobody can get there. Well, we've seen Lou Piniella push the hit and run button once already in this ball game. Michael Barrett, a guy that handles the bat pretty well, can shoot that hole in the right side. Braves may be thinking along those same lines. A courtesy toss over to first base by James. Well, you see that hole on the right side of the infield. Of course, in a hit and run situation, ideally that's where you'd like to hit the ball, on the ground to the right side behind the runner as he advances to second base. But the reality is you just want to put the ball in play, preferably on the ground. I mean, some managers use the hit and run as a defensive play to stay out of the double play, which is certainly a valuable thing to do depending on the game situation. But other managers use it as an offensive play. They don't want to just avoid the double play. They want to get first to third situations over and over and over again.
2 strikes on Barrett. Matt Merton 1 for 1. Attempting steals this year. Not running. 1 and 2. Kind of interesting couple of connections. The Braves, with the 14th overall pick, they selected an outfielder from Georgia, of course. Jason Hayward out of Henry County High School. That's in McDonough, Georgia. Well, that's where Matt Merton went to high school. Not at that high school, but in the same city. Merton went to Eagles Landing. Lined and caught by Escobar. He won't fire to first as Merton gets back. So I'm sure Matt is pretty familiar with that high school, Henry County High School. And keeping the draft theme, the Braves have 3 guys in their lineup, all from the same draft, the 2002 draft: Francoeur, McCann, and James. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, we talked about it when we came in here to Atlanta earlier in this season. More so than probably any other organization in baseball, the Braves seem to be able to harvest that homegrown talent, guys from in and around the Atlanta area. Yeah, their first-round draft pick this year, as you mentioned, big-time hitter, and he also stole 23 bases for a 6'5", 220-plus pound player to be able to run that well. This sounds like a combination of tools that'll be very interesting here at Turner Field at some point in the future.
Ground ball and stopped by Renteria. The throw's going to go to second. A nice play. He didn't have time to think about it. And probably wouldn't have been able to get DeRosa as he was running away from first base. But they get the force, and that ends the inning. It's still 2-1, middle of the 6th.
Chevy. With 8 models that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. And we're so confident of our quality, every one is backed by something no one else has. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Get a 2007 Chevy HHRLS with an EPA estimated 30 highway MPG starting at $15,845 after cash back. That's an 07 HHRLS starting at $15,845 after cash back.
Every night, only one show brings you closer to the teams that matter most. Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Highlights, breaking news, interviews, and more time to tell in-depth stories. Land Rover Sports Night. Tonight, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
June 12th is Thrivent Financial Night at the Swing of the Quad Cities. Come out for bucket rides from the Davenport Fire Department, carnival games, fireworks, a performance by the Quad City Skydive team, and much more. All ticket sales will benefit Special Olympics. Get your tickets by calling or stopping by Thrivent. Come on out for Swing Baseball on June 12th.
Swing for the Quad Cities. Come on out for big league fun.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
It's your turn to play catch in the outfield. Run the bases or relax in the dugouts of beautiful Wrigley Field. The Hey Dad Want to Have a Catch event presented by Motorola is Saturday, June 23rd. Limited tickets are still available by logging on to Cubs.com. All proceeds benefit Cubs Care, a fund of the McCormick Tribune Foundation. Home half of inning number 6. And Hill facing the top of the Braves order. The Chipper Jonesless Braves offense once again this weekend, as he is on the disabled list and is not expected back for, well, probably a couple more weeks at the earliest. John Smoltz scheduled to start Sunday, but he was scheduled to start last Sunday and had it pushed back a couple of days. So I guess you could pencil him in for Sunday. The shoulder's still not back to 100%. Kelly Johnson strikes out as we start the bottom of the 6th.
Sweeping breaking ball from Rich Hill. Starts on the inner half of the plate, breaks all the way across the plate, off the outside corner. Lee Johnson eliminated his stride there in the 2-strike count, just trying to stay back a little bit and battle that big breaking ball, unable to come up with a piece of it.
I can tell you one thing, Rich needs a win. His last win was over a month ago, May 5th against Washington. The Cubs have lost his last 5 appearances. He's 0-3 during that time. Deep to right, Merton with a beat on it. 2 outs. So Escobar gone. The last 2 starts for Hill, a 0.69 earned run average, but the Cubs have lost both times.
Yeah, a total of 13 innings pitched, only 7 base hits, 1 earned run over that time.
Now, in all fairness, he made an error in that last start that led to a couple of unearned runs. And also tried to stretch a double into a triple in his final at bat and an RBI double in the 7th.
Well, he's had Edgar Renteria tied in knots a couple of times tonight already. 2 at bats, 2 strikeouts, and both of them coming on off-speed pitches. And that's what will happen when you strike out twice against slow breaking balls and straight changeups. You'll get a fastball on the inner half of the plate and you're late. That's a ball that a lot of right-handed pull hitters would jerk into left field for extra bases, and that time Renteria was tardy, possibly protecting against the off-speed pitches. Another one.
I'll tell you what, BB, I do think Rich Hill's grunting a little bit. Heard it now on a couple of batters. It's not Nolan Ryan. We definitely would know.
Oh, yeah.
Nolan Ryan, who really exaggerated it, but
yeah, people sitting in the last row of the upper deck would know if Nolan Ryan was pitching.
Swing and a miss as Renteria slams the bat down to the dirt. So Hill still with a lead. It's 2-1 after 6.
Honey, I think this might be our lucky day.
I think it might be.
I think this is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is. Yes! It turned blue!
Introducing the Coors Light Cold Activated Bottle. The mountains turn from white to blue when your beer reaches the perfect temperature.
It's blue like your eyes.
My eyes are green!
Only from Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Protect your lawn and garden from insects with help from Menards. 7 brand granules kill over 30 different insects. Use it on lawns, ornamental plantings, and around homes. A 10-pound bag is just $6.99. Beautify your yard with an arbor. They're constructed of naturally weather-resistant western cedar. This trellis arbor is $49.99. This deluxe style with lattice sides is only $79. Plus, there's 0 payments and no interest till spring when you put it on your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
Watch all the action like you never have before from the comfort of the Batter's Eye Lounge in center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100. For more information, including non-game day opportunities, call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken. Popcorn chicken so big and juicy, others don't compare. Made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. So delicious, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Tomorrow, Cubs baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet. The series continues in Atlanta when the Northsiders slug it out with the Braves, followed by Cubs postgame live. Cubs Braves tomorrow at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm Dan Jiggins. Friday on Chicago Tribune Live, we'll be live on the South Side as the Sox begin an interleague series with the Astros. Plus, we'll set the table for the Cubs and Braves. That and more starts Friday at 5:30.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover's Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live. You'll hear from Cubs #1 draft pick Josh Bitters. The Bulls also worked out 3 draft prospects at the Berto Center. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover's Sports Night after Cubs post-game live only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. We play the 7th in a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel from Atlanta. Lefties on the mound, James and Hill. They've both been very good.
And something the Cubs have been much better at recently is those tack-on runs late in a ball game. They could certainly use a couple right here. Rich Hill is in real good shape as far as pitching out goes in this ball game. Only 79 pitches thrown through the first 6 innings.
The 2-1 to Ryan Terrios, a strike, 2-2. 2 walks in the ball game, 1 for each pitcher. And Rich Hill scheduled to bat 3rd in this inning. Andrew Jones in center. 1 out. Now Cesar's Torres, the number 8 hitter. When we get to this spot, we start to think about the Cubs' record in 1-run decisions. They're 2-12 on the year. They're 0-6 on the road. But one of the factors, I think, early in the season was the Cubs' inconsistent bullpen. I think we both like what we've seen on this road trip from the bullpen. We may not see Carlos Marmol or Michael Wirtz tonight because they've both been pretty busy. And I don't know, Bob, if we've gotten to the point now where the only way we'd see Sean Gallagher is if it's a blowout situation or we get to extras. But it'll be interesting if the situation presents itself, if Lou would go with Scott Air, who had a good outing his last time out. There's the 21-year-old Sean Gallagher. You have Bob Howery. And the closer, Ryan Dempster, has been terrific. But Marmol and Wirtz have both been pretty busy lately. His Torres is on. Well, let's meet Sean Gallagher. There are a lot of very interesting stories regarding his call-up. I think the best one is that he found out early evening Tuesday that he was coming to the big leagues on Wednesday. So he called his dad. A couple of hours later, all of his friends were calling him saying, I hear you got called up to the big leagues. He said, that's not official yet. And they said, well, it was on NorthsideBaseball.com, which is one of the big Cub-related websites. Well, his father posted it on the message board. It said Sean Gallagher's going to the big leagues. So his dad scooped the story.
There you go.
And that haircut, he didn't have that haircut 2 days ago. His roommate gave him that haircut at 2 in the morning yesterday. He has always had pretty long hair, but he decided, you know what, I better look more professional when I get to the big leagues.
Actually, he said, I don't want to look like a bum.
Or like that.
Yeah. Sean Gallagher apparently had hair longer than Jeff Samardz's, if some of the fans may remember when we saw Samardzija at Wrigley Field. Had the long flowing hair or out the back of his helmet when he was playing football for Notre Dame, and Gallagher had that length of hair, but not anymore.
Hill's going to try to put his Torres in scoring position, but first James checked on Cesar at first. Hill already showing bunt.
And he needs to bunt that ball to the first base side. We've already talked about Escobar's cannon of a throwing arm, and he's drawn in about 15 feet in front of third base already. Keep it away from the third baseman. Keep it away from the pitcher if at all possible. Make Thorman come in and make the play from first base.
There's the bunt by Hill. Nice job as James picks it up, throws to Thorman for the out. And the sacrifice works.
That's a pretty nice job. That was a sinking fastball that was running right inside on Rich Hill. Had he taken that pitch for a ball, that's the kind that gets away from the catcher. He almost has to jump out of the way as he's bunting the ball, but gets it down perfectly to the right side. The only play James has is to go on to first base.
They're going to walk Soriano intentionally and go after the rookie PA.
Not many leadoff hitters in Major League Baseball that would get walked intentionally in a situation like this. Of course, Alfonso Soriano is not your typical leadoff hitter.
So it's PA trying to come up with a big hit. Yeah, first time Soriano's been intentionally walked. Any guesses on who leads the Cubs in intentional walks?
Is Torres?
No. Although he has 2.
I was just saying because Cesar usually hits 8th, and then a lot of times that number 8 hitter will get the intentional walk just to get to the pitcher.
Darryl Ward.
Yeah.
With 5. Ramirez right behind him with 4. I'm sure I could look it up, but did you use the intentional walk a lot, or would you say below the average amount?
I'd say probably the average amount. It didn't seem like we walked guys excessively, but you know, there are certain situations in the ballgame that just scream out for an intentional walk, whether it be to set up a potential double play and get you out of a tough inning, or just to take the bat out of the hands of a very dangerous hitter. I know we walked Barry intentionally an awful lot.
Oh, yeah. And we should note, while the Arizona Diamondbacks once intentionally walked Bonds with the bases loaded, you were not the manager at the time. It was Buck Showalter, correct?
That's correct. I was up in the press box at that time, and the walk Barry with the bases loaded. The Diamondbacks had a 2-run lead. Of course, that made it a 1-run game, and Brett Maine came up and hit a rocket line drive to right field that was caught to end the ball game.
So it worked.
Yep.
Braves use the intentional walk a lot. PA hustling. Escobar will throw in time. Didn't have much time. And he barely got PA for the out. They will stretch at Turner Field. The Cubs clinging to a 1-run advantage.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 15 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore, Washington, and Washington Dulles International, maybe this will. Unlike other airlines, our low fares don't have hidden fees.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take this. No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom, get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah, I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
The 2007 Chevy Impala has something Toyota and Honda don't. The GM 100,000-mile warranty. And OnStar, with help at the push of a button. And diagnostic checks emailed to you every month. Impala has you covered for the road ahead. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Chevy Impala LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Thursday, June 14th, the Cubs battle the Mariners at 1:20 on Culver's Day at Wrigley Field. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs hat, compliments of Culver's Restaurants. Culver's Restaurants, taste how much we care. From Kankakee, Illinois, just married. Congratulations. I guess honeymooning here in Atlanta. Well, Andrew Jones, Bob, came in 0 for his last 13, but he's 2 for 2 with a home run tonight. But you like facing him here with nobody on base. Curveball just missed. They have guys who can hurt you in this lineup, but with Chipper Jones out, I have to say Andrew Jones the most dangerous guy, even though he's hitting in the mid-220s. Hill coming back on a 1-1. Fouled at the plate.
Now this was Andrew Jones' home run leading off the second inning. Didn't want to pitch on the outer part of the plate. Just went with it. Tucked it just inside the foul pole down the right field line.
balls. It's strike 3. That's 8 for Hill.
Way out in front of that breaking ball. That time Rich was able to keep that breaking ball right on the outside corner. Looks like sometimes he gets around his curveball a little bit. It becomes a little bit flatter, more of a sweeping breaking ball. That time he really made an effort to get up on top, and that ball broke straight down.
The 8 strikeouts tying his season high. Carlos Zambrano with his season best 9 on Wednesday. By the way, there have been some questions about who's going to catch Carlos in his next start on Monday against Houston. At this point, it looks like it's going to be Coy Hill again. And they worked well together yesterday. At some point, Michael Barrett will catch Carlos, but probably not Monday. Two and two.
Location, location, location. Jeff Francoeur, a real good fastball hitter, but when you put it out there at the bottom of the kneecaps on the outside corner, tough to make contact.
Left-hander Will Ullman is up. You've got those back-to-back lefties a little later. The left-hander Hill on the mound. Check swing. It's a strikeout. So he's just a couple now away from his career high in strikeouts, which is 11. He has 9 tonight.
Boy, and once again, just perfect location, up and in. Maybe a little bit up out of the strike zone, but too close to take for Jeff Francoeur. The abbreviated swing for strike 3.
Six of the last 9 batters have struck out against Hill.
Appreciable drop in velocity for Rich Hill, still consistently hitting the low 90s. That last fastball at 91.
1-1 curve outside. Now, we were talking about making a noise, a grunt or what have you on the pitch. If you do that when you throw your fastball, you should do it when you throw your changeup, your cutter, right? Your curveball. Try to be consistent. There's a little flare that Matt Merton will lay out. He knocked it down, couldn't catch it. And snaps a string of 10 straight sent down by Hill as Diaz gets on the bloop single.
Yeah, to answer your question, yeah, you should do it all the time just to be consistent. But the reality is, at the point where you would grunt as a pitcher, it's too late for the hitter to be able to recognize that and look for a specific pitch. Nice effort by Matt Merton. He realizes he can't make the catch, kind of an awkward sideways slide there, but was able to knock the ball down, kick it back toward the infield where Ryan Theriot hustled out, got to it quickly to hold Diaz at first base.
Drop down and dealt a strike. That was a breaking ball that time.
That's just not fair.
One and one. Hill started the night 10th in the National League in earned run average. A few notches below Jason Marquis, who was 9th at 284. Hill came in at 289. And Rich right now at 2.76. Which would get him up into the top 6. Pitch count in pretty good shape. If he can get McCann here, you might be able to get another inning out of him, depending on how things go in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, got his spot out of the way offensively in that top half of the 7th inning when he put down that sac bunt. So chances are he won't come up again probably until the 9th inning.
Michael wants him to shake it off. Has a sign, and the 2-2 is fouled away. Great job by Alan Trammell and the entire coaching staff. Lou praised the Cubs coaches who led the team to a 3-1 record with Lou suspended. 2-2, swing and a miss. All the outs this inning. Strikeouts, and he's hit double digits, 10 on the night. Cubs will look to add on to their lead in the 8th, up 2-1.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
Again, I take full... I gotta run.
Yippee-ki-yay. Yeah, he's thinking Arby's new toasted subs. Toasted to perfection and served hot. So delicious, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's. Visit Arby's.com for a chance to win a day with a real stuntman.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos Liquid Crystal Television from Sharp.
Want to see a Cubs game from the front row at Wrigley Field? Now you can. Visit Cubs.com. Click on the front row auction to bid on tickets to the hottest games this summer. Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. The Braves will go into their bullpen. We see you. No, right back at you, buddy. No. You're the man. Tyler Yates, a right-hander, will take over for Chuck James, who threw 105 pitches, gave up 2 runs in 7 innings.
A second time in less than a week that Chuck James and Rich Hill have hooked up, and in each one of those ball games, both pitchers fared very well. Tonight, Rich Hill a little better.
The Braves bullpen chock full of right-handers. Wickman, Soriano, Yates, Moylan, Boyer, Toronto, Villarreal. They have one lefty, McKay McBride. So here we go. Derek Lee to lead it off. Again, Aramis Ramirez is day-to-day with a left knee injury. He has severe patellar tendonitis in his left knee. Probably won't be back in the starting lineup until Monday at the earliest. He is trying to avoid the disabled list, but we'll see. And even if he doesn't go to the DL but has to miss, 4, 5, 6 games, the Cubs may be forced to make a move to add some infield insurance.
Well, I'm not a doctor, and I don't even claim to play one on television, but I have had patellar tendonitis before, and of course everybody's a little differently. Their bodies react differently, but there was an injury that seemed to respond extremely well to the cortisone shot and a lot of ice.
Struck well, but for an out. Well, it was an injury that had been bothering him since mid-May. Suffered the original injury in that series in Philadelphia, and it cropped up once again as he banged hard into first base. Nice night for ice cream. We had ours before the ball game.
We may have some more after the ball game.
We had a lot. So you know what? Anytime I have it, I just tell myself it's fat-free frozen yogurt. That's what it was, right?
Sure.
Okay.
If you insist. Just tell myself I'll walk an extra 15 minutes tomorrow.
Now, we are told that what we had in the press box was fat-free yogurt, but it was a little too flavorful for me to believe that it was free of any sort of fat.
How about those 5 scoops of Reese's Pieces I put on my ice cream? Are those fat-free too?
Well, no.
I don't think so. That's all right. Like I tell you all the time, I'm just trying to break even.
Some Dippin' Dots. The most bizarre food on the planet. It works. I don't know how it works, but
well, whoever
just pop them in your mouth and it tastes like ice cream.
Yeah. Whoever invented those should explain the balk rule. I mean, obviously they have a gift for doing unusual things, and being able to explain the balk would be an unusual thing.
There's Bob Howry up for the Cubs. Three and one on Merton. Michael Barrett, the catcher, is next. Here's the pitch by Yates. It's high, and Merton is on with a walk. We'll get a pinch runner. It'll be Angel Pagan running for Matt Merton.
It looked like Angel went to first base umpire Greg Gibson and actually asked permission if he could jog up and down the right field line a couple times, get his legs loose.
Well, if you just joined us, the scoring for the Cubs very early in the ballgame after the leadoff triple in the first inning by Alfonso Soriano. Felix P.A. bounced one off the pitcher, Chuck James, into left. Just like that, it was 1-0. And then Soriano with an RBI hit, plating Ryan Terrio in the second. That's been it for the scoring, and it's been all so far Rich Hill is needed. He's given up 1 run, a home run by Andrew Jones. Long pause by Yates. Finally the pitch. Strike one on the swing by Barrett. I wonder if Michael will call time if Yates takes as much time on the next pitch.
You get locked up there at the plate. You stand too long. You find your grip on the bat gets a little too tight. You get some tension in your forearms. Not to mention the fact you want to protect your base runner down there at first base. The longer the pitcher holds the ball, the better chance that runner's going to lean the wrong direction.
Called strike 3 as Barrett didn't swing that time, and a couple of words for Charlie Relaford.
Yeah, we talked about Relaford calling the bottom part of the strike zone throughout this ball game. That's a belt-high breaking ball. Yeah, if this was a 6 or a 7-run ball game, I think you might have seen more of an argument from Michael right there on that called strike 3. But he knows he's got to keep his pitcher in this 1-run game, so he doesn't want to do anything to upset the apple cart with the home plate umpire.
You never want to upset that old apple cart.
No, you don't. You have apples everywhere.
Now, assuming Pagan stays in and plays right, this will be the fastest outfield alignment in recent memory. Soriano at left, PA in center, and Pagan at right. A lot of guys who can go get them. Rosa seeking his first hit. To right, and it's deep. Francoeur on the move. Warning track. He's got it right near the wall. Mark's given a couple good rides tonight, but he's 0 for 4. Bottom 8, still 2-1.
When you search for a car at Autotrader.com, we send more cars your way than anyone. A lot more cars. So you can narrow it down by model, the color, even the price. And when you search from the largest selection,
That's the one.
you get the car you want at the price you want. No one has more cars in Chicagoland. Autotrader.com, the ultimate automotive marketplace.
Classic car fans, it's time to rev your engines for the 3rd annual Midwest Classic Car Show Auction and Swap Meet. It's all happening at the Greater Quad City Auto Auction in Milan on Saturday, June 9th. Gates open at 8 a.m. for the car show, pancake breakfast, and swap meet. The poker run starts at 1:30 with proceeds going to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Visit QCAA.com for details and a list of classic auction cars. It's a one-day event packed with food and fun for the whole family at the 3rd annual Midwest Classic Car Show.
When your vehicles are in need of service, drive to the Big QC sign. Trust your vehicle to a group of technicians with over 30 years of experience in the Quad City area.
Locally owned and operated, we're your neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We shop in the same stores. QC Auto Service Centers. Same great service, same great locations for over 30 years.
Drive to any of our 3 Quad City locations. We'll treat you like family.
QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Tune for Bacardi Late Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi there, everyone. Gail Fisher in our Chicago studio. In case you missed the information earlier, here's the latest on third baseman Aramis Ramirez. Manager Lou Piniella said that Ramirez will miss, quote, a few days with a strained left knee. Ramirez will join the team in Atlanta tomorrow and is available to pinch hit. He is listed as day-to-day. Now let's get you back to Turner Field with Len and Bob. Guys.
All right, Gail, thank you. A pinch hitter, Jared Saltalamacchia for Scott Thorman, and he pops it foul. Rich Hill still going as we get into the 8th inning. He loves pitching in this ballpark. Angel Pagan does stay into play right. A very fast outfield right now for the Cubs. Well, there's a lot of room to cover here at Turner Field.
.304 average on the season for Saltalamacchia, .381 against left-handed pitching.
All right, I have no shot to squeeze that name in here in the margins. Pinch hitting for Thorman, but are you going with Salt or Salty?
Salty.
Yeah.
I had an infield instructor in the minor leagues by the name of Salty Parker, so I think that's appropriate.
All right. That's a strike on a curveball. 1-2 on Salty. Salty Saltwell, former Cubs general manager. Chris Woodward on deck, way out in front and over the top of the 74-mile-an-hour curveball from Rich Hill. He has tied his career high with 11 punch-outs.
Could call him a man from Lamankia, but flails at that slow breaking ball. I'll tell you, Rich Hill just has an ideal split between the speed of his fastball tonight and the speed of his breaking ball. If you get a hitter looking for one, there's no way he can handle the other.
The last 5 outs have been strikeouts. The last 8 of 11 outs recorded by Hill have been strikeouts. Woodward lifts it out toward Angel Pagan. No problem. 2 down. Fourth time in Rich Hill's career he's hit double digits in strikeouts, and he's 1 away from his new career high. Well, I'll tell you what, he's been so locked in tonight. I bet he has absolutely no clue how many strikeouts he actually owns.
Well, that's when you're in a great frame of mind as a pitcher. All you're focusing on are the catcher's signs and his target. Doesn't matter who the hitter is, what inning you're in, what the score is. It doesn't make any difference. He's so focused on what he has to do tonight, and that's usually when a pitcher has his best success.
He's thrown about 70% strikes tonight. Not only with 11 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Lazy liner caught by Terrio through 8. Rich Hill has given up 1 run on a meager 3 hits to the 9th. Cubs lead by a run.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Grab the new Sun-Times and get the real Chicago story every day. Subscribe at suntimes.com. Chicago Sun-Times. Let's get into it.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab, a standard stability control system, and the safety and security of OnStar. No other pickup delivers both. No wonder it's the 2007 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The all-new Chevy Silverado.
Just announced. Get 0% APR financing or $1,500 total cash back on 2007 Silverado half-ton models. That's 0% APR financing for qualified buyers or $1,500 total cash back on 07 Silverado half-ton models.
After the game, stick around for Cubs Post-Game Live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Dan Plesac. Don't miss Cubs Post-Game Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. And I know Dan's always excited to talk on Cubs Post-Game Live, but particularly after a pitcher's duel from 2 southpaws. Now a right-hander, Rafael Soriano, second pitcher out of the bullpen for Bobby Cox. And the question is Rich Hill done? Looks like it, getting handshakes and due up third in the top of the 9th, but no batting helmet in sight, so he's probably done, and what a performance.
I mean, we've seen some good pitching performances this year from Cubs starters, but no more dominating performance than we saw from Rich Hill tonight. You saw Chris Woodward now in the ball game. Ryan Dempster beginning to crank it up out there.
He's been really good lately. Been good all year. He's had a couple of hiccups, but for the most part has been the most consistent Cubs reliever. So we start the 9th. Ryan Terrio hits it foul. Rafael Soriano loves his fastball, and there's good reason. It's a very good one. And talking with Coy Hill about working with Carlos Zambrano yesterday, one of the lines I used, and Coy agreed, I said, you know, he's not a trick pitcher. He's not a guy, again, he said with Carlos, you could pretty much tell the hitter sometimes, here it comes, try to hit it. And I think Soriano is a little bit like that because his fastball is so good. You're not trying to fool anyone. You're just saying, here it is. Try to hit it. Andrew Jones coming in. Shallow right center, makes a catch about waist high with the glove.
Ryan Terrio with a base hit and a run scored back in the second inning, and then 3 fly ball outs to Andrew Jones. He's tested him in just about every direction. Tried to split the gap in left center. Andrew ran that one down. Hit one straight at him, and then this time tries to dunk one in right center. Jones ran them all down. That's no way to make a living, son. That's what my first manager in the big leagues told me after I grounded out to Ozzie Smith 4 times in one game. Son, that's no way to make a living, hitting the ball to the Gold Glovers.
Cliff Floyd in Rich Hill's spot right behind his Taurus. So Hill went through a little tough spell, but he's back on his game, allowing 2 runs, 2 earned runs, I should say, total over his last 3 starts. And what you'd like to see, Bob, is Ted Lilly to get out of his funk as well. He's struggled the last 3 or 4 times out. And hopefully he can get it back on Sunday night. Big start coming up for Jason Marquis on Saturday. He has not pitched well against his original club, and he'll go up against Tim Hudson in Game 3. Sean Marshall tomorrow night against Lance Cormier. We'll have it for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Guess who? Andrew Jones, another catch.
I'll tell you, we talked about Chuck James, the starter for the Braves in this ball game. He needed a little more help from his defense than Rich Hill did from his. Nice play by Escobar at third base. We talked about Andrew Jones in center. Jeff Francoeur goes up against the wall in right field. There's that Jones guy again. This is not your typical Braves ball club. I mean, when you think about the Atlanta Braves over the past 15 years or so, it's all about pitching and defense and timely hitting. This is more of an offense-oriented Braves ball club. Came into play tonight 3rd in the National League in team batting average, right about in the middle of the pack in team ERA and team defense. A little bit of a change in philosophy based on the personnel that Bobby Cox has to work with.
So here's Cliff. Outside, ball 1. Well, the Braves have shown a nice ability to adapt. They've blended in a lot of young players into a veteran-laden lineup. Popped up on the infield. Edgar Renteria makes a catch. So the Cubs 3 outs away. They lead by just 1 run. Ryan Dempster will go after Escobar, Renteria, and Andrew Jones.
A shift has been made, and the legendary Nissan Pathfinder is reborn with the most powerful V8 in its class. The Nissan Armada and 9,100 pounds of trailer now go wherever you go. Going to extremes is a whole lot easier with the Nissan Xterra. The shift has been made, and when you think advanced, powerful adventure machines, think Nissan.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Here's what consumers are saying about the Ford Fusion on Yahoo Autos, an independent research site.
Love it, love it, love it. I have plenty of headroom. Both teenagers can fit in the back seat. Nice sounding stereo, along with an auxiliary adapter for my MP3. I'd buy this car again and again.
Yahoo Autos users gave the Ford Fusion a higher overall rating than the top 2 imports in its class. Take the Ford Challenge. See why Fusion is the better choice. Visit your Ford dealer or go to FordChallenge.com.
Our Nissan drive of the game, Andrew Jones with a leadoff blast in the 2nd inning. And to this point, the only run for the Atlanta Braves. Tucked it just inside the foul pole and just over the wall in right.
For Jones, his 10th home run of the season. Nice job by Rich Hill to contain the rest of this Braves lineup tonight, and now he'll turn the ball over to Ryan Dempster, looking for his 12th save. As you mentioned, Len, he has really been good and really efficient lately. I don't think he's thrown double digits in an inning in pitches in his last 2 or 3 outings. Pounding that strike zone with good movement, getting some quick outs.
Yeah, he did throw 17 yesterday, but 16 combined in the 2 previous outings to that. And then going back even a few more outings, 7, 7, 4 pitches. As he just got 1 out in San Diego. Let's check in on the Felco Cubs upcoming schedule. We're on again tomorrow here on Comcast Sportsnet. And then Monday and Tuesday night, we're on Plus against the Astros. Back on Comcast Sportsnet Tuesday versus Seattle. Yunel Escobar takes a strike. Last time Ryan Dempster was charged with runs was that meltdown in New York. He gave up 5 in that loss at Shea Stadium on May 17th. That was a while ago. Swing and a miss. 2 strikes. He has not thrown him a fastball. Eight consecutive scoreless appearances, covering 7 1/3 innings for Dempster. You know, I didn't ask him who he was rooting for in the Stanley Cup as the Anaheim Ducks finally closed out the Ottawa Senators, but I know Demp is a big hockey fan. The 1-2 on the way. Bouncer past the pitcher. Izturis has some time. 1 out. Oh, Bob, the one thing the Cubs pitchers, and of course mostly Rich Hill, but Dempster getting Escobar, the one thing they've done is they've kept the top of the order off the bases. Only one time has one of the first 3 hitters even gotten on base. That was Johnson with a 2-out walk in the 3rd inning. And other than the leadoff home run by Andrew Jones, the leadoff guy retired in every inning. And that really allowed Rich to stay in a nice rhythm from the windup, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. I mean, I was a little concerned the first time he went into a stretch after the walk to Kelly Johnson in the 3rd inning with a couple outs, but didn't seem to bother him much. But you always worry about that when a guy pitches out of the windup for 2 or 3 or 4 innings and never has to go into the stretch and then suddenly finds himself in the stretch position. Sometimes they can't make that adjustment quickly enough. Not a problem for Rich tonight.
Dempster has made 6 pitches, 5 for strikes in the inning. And another strike, this time on a foul ball. That's back beyond the tarp and out of play. It paid attendance tonight, 32,902. I would say a fairly subdued crowd here in Atlanta, and a lot of Cub fans, as always. Another 0-2 pitch right back to Dempster. So he'll face Andrew Jones with nobody on and 2 down.
Ryan Dempster has quickly gone 0-2 on the first 2 hitters that he's faced here in the 9th inning. Ideally, that's what you like to do against Andrew Jones as well. And with the previous 2 hitters, he threw a get-me-over slider for strike 1. Started it just off the inside corner, broke it over the heart of the plate. See if he does the same thing to Andrew Jones here.
Chance to pick up another half game on Milwaukee. The Brewers are idle tonight. Ground ball to third. Mark DeRosa pops it over to Lee, and the Cubs win. A combined 3-hitter. Rich Hill with 8 very solid innings. Dempster goes 1, 2, 3 in the ninth. All ground ball outs, and finally Rich Hill gets that win. He was so good his last 2 starts, but picks up his first victory in over a month. And Lou Piniella back in the driver's seat in the dugout, and the Cubs playing very good baseball. And Bob, they win a 1-run game for the third time all year, and the first time on the road. They're now 1-6 in 1-run decisions.
Well, you know, Len, for a starting pitcher, there's no guarantee that when you take them out, even if you have your best stuff, even if you pitch a career game, there's no guarantee you're going to win the ball game unless your ball club makes plays defensively and comes up with some key base hits to score some runs. And it's what the Cubs were able to do tonight. Certainly, Rich Hill deserved this victory.
Well, thanks to our producer, Bob Albrecht, our director, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, our associate producer, our stage manager in the booth, Patrick Rosselli, Vince Hutcherson, our technical director, our executive producer, Jim Corno Jr. Great crew here in Atlanta. And that's going to wrap up our game coverage. Stay tuned. Much more to come on Cubs Post-Game Live. The final score from Atlanta, the Cubs 2 and the Braves 1. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet. We'll be back at you for Game 2 tomorrow night, 6:30 for the airtime from Turner Field. Sean Marshall, a left-hander. Lance Cormier, a right-hander. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
The Cubs win again. Mark Shanowski and Pat Boyle here in our downtown Chicago studio. Cubs post-game live with Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac comes your way next.
Then stick around at 9:30 for Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up on that show, we'll hear from the Cubs' first-round pick, third baseman Josh Vitters, and let you know what local players were drafted today.
Plus, Lou Piniella gives us the injury update on Aramis Ramirez, why the Cubs cleanup hitter couldn't be with the team tonight.
And the Bulls work out 3 NBA hopefuls today.
Plus, we'll have clubhouse reaction after the Cubs win in Atlanta. That and much more on Land Rover Sports Night. But up next, it's Cubs post-game live after this short timeout.
Menards is where you'll find a storage solution to meet your needs. For mowers, wheelbarrows, and more, choose a storage shed from Arrow. The 10x8 Hamlet is $194. The 10x12 Arlington is only $279. Both come with a free metal foundation kit. Organize your yard equipment with Rubbermaid storage units. They're made of durable, water-resistant resin and easy to assemble. A split lid model is $99. This big 92 cubic foot sliding lid model is $289.
Save big money at Menards.
Help! Help! I'm hurt and can't work. I need help to pay my rent, car payment, and electric bill.
You! Do something!
My bills! My hero.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take this. No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom. Get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah. I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
AMCI's best-in-class certification for acceleration isn't handed out to just anyone. You've got to earn it. The all-new, full-size Toyota Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Stop in for Tundra lease and financing information today. Now at your Toyota dealer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum. If you're going to drink, be responsible. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
No need to adjust your screen. That is correct. The Cubs win a one-run ball game, just their third one-run victory all season. Their first on the road as they beat the Atlanta Braves at Turner Field by a final score of 2-1. Hello and welcome to Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Gail Fisher alongside Dan Plesac. And this game came down to a pitching duel between two southpaws. Rich Hill was just absolutely dealing for the Cubs.
Well, one of the things, Rich got back to what made him so effective the early part of the season, using his fastball, throwing strike one, getting to 2 strikes, and using that big curveball, which is such a good pitch, an out pitch, a strikeout pitch. And one of the things you have to be impressed with, he hasn't been as sharp the last 4 or 5 starts, but he's kept his composure. And that's one of the, you see these ups and downs that you're going to go through during the course of the season, and believing in what you do, not changing from that. And if you stay with it long enough, you'll get yourself back on course. And I tell you what, he has a chance to be a very good pitcher in this league.
And how important, Dan, was it for the Cubs to get over that hump and get that one-run victory, something they haven't had in quite some time, with Dempster coming in and getting the save?
I think it was big, and especially now, they come off a big 2 out of 3 from Milwaukee. You're embarking on a 4-game series with one of the better teams in the National League East with the Braves. And as this is one of the few games where the Cubs have won, where they haven't scored a lot of runs, where they've pitched well, gotten enough runs, and Ryan Dempster has really done a terrific job in that 9th inning. I still believe that the rest of this bullpen, preferably Howry and Scott Air, can start to pitch back to their form that they have in the past. This team is going to start winning games in bunches. They lost a lot of games in the last 3 weeks that they should have won, 5 or 6 right off the top of your head. A couple in Philadelphia, the 5-1 lead against the Mets in New York on getaway day. And they've lost enough games already that you hope that you don't lose that many during the course of the season. If the bullpen tightens itself up and the starting pitching stays where it is, this team is eventually going to start to hit. But this was a great sign. The one constant that this team has had all season long has been the starting pitching. And if they continue to pitch well and get some production out of the middle part of that bullpen, this team could start winning some games in bunches.
And the Cubs also getting the victory with Lou Piniella back in the dugout. Lou was finished serving his 4-game suspension, so he was back in charge, and I'm sure it felt pretty good for him to be back on that bench and leading this team.
It's very difficult, and the guys touched on it during the game. Len and Bob touched on it. The game looks awful easy when you're sitting up in the booth and it's slow and you can kind of see everything, and it kind of gives you an easy perspective. But when you're down there in the dugout, you see how difficult decisions you have to make are quick as far as batting changes, when to pull a pitcher, when not to pull a pitcher. But this was a big win for this team, and this is a good way to start this 4-game series. If they can somehow get 3 out of 4 here, get back at home, they're going to be on a homestand starting with the Houston Astros on Monday. This is a big part of this team's schedule right now. They really need to get as close as they can to that 500 level pre-All-Star break. And if they can do that, this division right now is so winnable. There is nobody. And one of the things that has to give them some confidence right now, you have the team at the top division, Milwaukee, that has lost like 7 out of their last 8 series. And for the Cubs to go in there and take 2 out of 3, and now this road trip, if they can get themselves close, there isn't a team right now that looks like it's going to pack their bags and run away and hide. And that includes the Milwaukee Brewers. They have not heard the last of the Cubs yet, but the Cubs need to sustain this run.
Cubs looking very good tonight. Time now for our Feldco pitching recap. We talked about Rich Hill a little bit, but here are his numbers on paper, looking even more impressive. 8 innings, striking out 11 with just 1 walk in this outing and 1 earned run. And the 11 Ks ties a career high for him. The record by a Cubs lefty, by the way, in a single game is 12 strikeouts by Jamie Moyer back in 1987. Chuck James, the lefty for the Atlanta Braves, he actually pitched well. 7 innings for him, giving up just 2 earnings and 6 hits. This is a guy I honestly thought the Cubs were going to hit very well tonight, but James was on his game as well.
Well, you know, one of the things when you're facing left-handed pitchers like James that are for the most part fastball, and he throws quite a bit of changeups, it really works advantage. Here you see a good at-bat by Felix PA in the first inning, just trying to hit the ball back up the middle, and that's what you really want to see from him. He's going to run into some balls and hit some home runs, and then you see Alfonso Soriano. Looks like now he's starting to be the player the Cubs were hoping he would be in the early part of the season. I think it's any coincidence they're playing better now as he's starting to dominate with the bat offensively.
So the Cubs getting something early. Derek Lee just scuffling the whole week, really. Strikes out there. Cubs getting the runs early on, but that was really all they would get. James found his groove, and the Cubs offense struggled after that. But the 2 runs were all they needed to beat the Braves 2-1, because, as we mentioned, Rich Hill was also on top of his game. Now, Rich Hill in the previous 2 starts had only allowed, I believe, 1 earned run and 7 hits in 2 starts, but he got no decisions because the Cubs weren't able to score any runs for him. So he comes out, pitches a gem. You'd have to call this one a gem tonight, and finally gets the W he deserves. It
was really important. And one of the things, Rich Hill, it looks like he's back on track right now. When he's locating his fastball, here you see when he gets the opportunities to be able to use that big curveball, the 2-strike curveball, and I thought this was one of the better pitches. He really tied up Jeff Francoeur a couple of times here, a fastball up, and then later on in the game, I believe it was about the 7th inning, he did the same thing. And what he's able to do is he lulls you to sleep with that big curveball. That enables him to throw that fastball that is 89, 90 miles an hour. But one of the things he does, he hides the ball very well, and the ball seems to jump on you as a hitter. It's not necessarily the velocity, but he kind of lulls you to sleep with this nice, easy, slow deliberate delivery, and all of a sudden, boom, the ball's on you really quick.
And Rich Hill loves pitching at Turner Field. In fact, he loves pitching against the Braves in general. This season, in 3 starts, he's 2-0 with a .83 ERA. He had to take a no decision. It was that Saturday game last weekend at Wrigley that he took a no decision. Other than that, he has dominated the Braves. Earlier this season, he also went 8 innings against Atlanta. He goes 8 innings tonight. So I don't know what it is about the Braves or Turner Field, but Rich Hill dominates them.
Whatever it is, keep it
on
going.
Doing it. All right, the Cubs get the victory 2-1. Let's go now back to Atlanta and hear from the guys who called the game, Len Casper and Bob Brenly.
For the first time in 2007, the Cubs win on the road by 1 run. They're now at 500 away from Wrigley Field. They've won 4 of their last 5. Great pitching and some timely hitting early, and that's all the Cubs needed.
Really all the Cubs needed tonight was 1 run and Rich Hill on the mound. He was outstanding tonight. You know, Lenny had a stretch here of 3 ball games where he wasn't particularly good. He was getting banged around. He was walking guys. But how about this? His last 3 starts, 21 innings, only 10 base hits, 20 strikeouts, only 4 walks, and 2 earned run in his last 3 starts. That is just tremendous.
And in the opening inning, the 1-2 combo of Soriano and PA getting together, a triple, a single, just like that, 1-0, and that's been a big key for this offense.
I think you're going to hear us talk about that an awful lot the remainder of the way. Both guys with blazing speed. If you make a mistake over the middle of the plate, they can hit the ball in the gap. They can hit the ball out of the ballpark, and certainly it sets the table well for those guys in the middle of the Cubs order.
And with Noah Ramos Ramirez, you need everybody to pitch in. We talk so much about who might play if the Cubs need a backup infielder. Didn't matter tonight, did it?
Well, and hopefully it won't matter. Best case scenario, Ramos Ramirez is back in Atlanta tomorrow, feels much better, can be usable possibly off the bench or as a pinch hitter, and hopefully shortly after that back in the starting lineup, but we'll see how that goes.
Last thing, how about Ryan Dempster? He went 1-2-3 again in the 9th.
Boy, he has found something that's really working for him, throwing strikes, good strikes too, pitches that look like they're in the middle of the zone. By the time the batter swings, they're off the corners. He is in a real good rhythm right now as well.
Is it just coincidence that this stretch for Demp, maybe his best of the year, came after that discussion about maybe moving to a starting position?
Well, who knows? I mean, nobody knows what it takes to motivate somebody or get the best out of somebody. Good managers find out what it takes to motivate players, and perhaps that was a form of motivation for Demps, but he has been nails ever since that meeting.
Another lefty tomorrow. Sean Marshall will have it for you 6:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, guys, thank you very much. So a great pitching effort from the Cubs, Rich Hill and Ryan Dempster, combining to 3-hit the Braves. The Cubs offense, though, after getting off to a good start, sputtered a little bit. Thankfully, they didn't need any more offense and still got the victory. But taking a look at this first inning, this is where the Cubs jump on James early. Soriano with a lead-off triple. And he will score on a Felix PA RBI single. But the problem with this inning, Dan, is there was a lot more that could have happened here, some more opportunities that the Cubs let fall by the wayside.
Well, there were some missed opportunities, but you could go back so far at this point of the season right now, and you really don't want to, but you almost have to, if you're looking to put the blame someplace, it doesn't really matter. Once you get into the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, whether you're winning 2-1, 9-8, or 17-16, the bottom line is the Cubs have had themselves in positions to win about 9 or 10 games that they have lost up to this point. And it is really up to this bullpen to start to step it up. And I give this team credit. They have had some really heartbreaking losses, but have continued to come back. And this was a terrific sign where you really offensive, from an offensive standpoint, they were shut down for the most part tonight. They got great starting pitching from Rich Hill. They were able to hang on to that lead, and they got very good pitching out of Ryan Dempster in the 9th inning. And this is the recipe that this team is going to have to use to get themselves back near 500. And if they can do that, they're going to let the Milwaukee Brewers know that this race is far from over.
2-1 is enough to get the victory for the Cubs. We're going to take a quick timeout as we go to break. Let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll. As you know, Aramis Ramirez is out with a strained left knee. He is day-to-day. So we wondered, who is the one player the Cubs can't afford to lose to an injury right now? Is it Aram? Is it Derek Lee? Is it Alfonso Soriano, who's been absolutely red hot this week? Is it pitcher Carlos Zambrano, who pitched a good game the other night, or Rich Hill, who pitched an 8-inning 3-hit gem tonight? Go to our ComcastSportsNet.com website, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and give us your vote, and we'll have the results later in the show. Don't go away. Dan and I are back right after this.
They're the teams you live for, the players you cheer for, and the events that make you stop everything. Whatever side you're on, whatever captures your interest most, there's one common bond that unites us all. We all share a passion for Chicago sports. That's why fans like you need a television home devoted solely to you. The games, the news, the analysis, and everything else you desire. It's all right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sit, watch.
Yeah, you know the spot. Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
Comcast Sportsnet action-packed weekend begins Friday at 6:30 as the Cubs and Braves battle in Atlanta. Saturday at 7, the Chicago Rush looks to build momentum for the postseason when they host Grand Rapids. At 11, catch the hard-hitting action of the International Fight League. Sunday at 12:30, it's an interleague clash on the South Side when the Sox and Astros meet in HD. At 11, don't miss the Pride Fighting Championships. It's an action-packed weekend only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Where's a fan's best friend online? ComcastSportsNet.com. It's the place to read analysis from Comcast Sportsnet experts that you can't find anywhere else. Get up to the second news headlines, see the day's programming lineup, check out talent bios, and watch video clips featuring the latest info on your teams. Plus, sign up for Sports Extra and Sports Blast email alerts that make you the first to know about breaking news. Log on right now to ComcastSportsNet.com. Fans' best friend online. Think you have the perfect name for the Comcast Sportsnet fans' best friend dog? Well, here's your chance to prove it. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and submit your idea for the Comcast Sportsnet Name the Mascot contest. The top 3 names will be announced during Comcast Sportsnet's coverage of Round 2 of the Crosstown Showdown beginning June 22nd. You could walk away with a Comcast Sportsnet prize bag. Submit your mascot name today by logging on to ComcastSportsNet.com, a fan's best friend online. McDonald's Sports Rise every morning on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
All right, here is a look at our 4 seasons. Who's hot, who's not around the majors right now. And the Washington Nationals' Dimitri Young is absolutely on fire. He's hitting .560 over the past 7 days. The Indians' Victor Martinez has 4 home runs in that span, and the D-backs' Brandon Webb has gone 15 scoreless innings. As for who's not, Sammy Sosa, the former Cub, is ice cold right now, 4 for his last 21 at-bats. Bronson Arroyo of the Cincinnati Reds, I cannot figure out what is wrong with him. He has given up 20 hits in his last 11 2/3 innings, and Tim Wakefield has given up 11 earned in his last 2 starts. Welcome back to Cubs Postgame Live. Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac here with you. The Cubs, though, on the road to victory. They win in Atlanta. They took 2 of 3 from the Milwaukee Brewers. They get off on the right foot against the Braves as Lou Piniella back in the dugout after serving his 4-game suspension.
Off the foot, gonna kick into
Top of the first, Alfonso Soriano with a triple will score on a Felix PA RBI. Off of Chuck James for the Braves. It's 1-0 Chicago. Top of the second, it's Soriano who comes through with 2 outs. Singling to left, Ryan Theriot will score. And that's how the Cubs got their 2 runs, 2-0. And Rich Hill flat out dominated, leading 2-1 in the 6th. He strikes out Edgar Renteria.
all the outs.
And in the bottom of the 7th, you saw Brian McCann go down. Bottom of the 8th, Hill gets Scott Thorman on the big curveball. Rich Hill ties a career high, striking out 11 in 8 innings of work as the Cubs get the victory 2-1. Looking at the Cubs starting lineup, you're not going to see a whole lot of offense here. They only had 6 hits and those 2 runs. Alfonso Soriano, the spark plug of the offense tonight, 2 for 3 with that triple, an RBI, and a run scored. Felix PA, I think that's a great combination so far, Dan, in that 1-2 spot. They seem to be working very well together. 1 note, Derek Lee, 0 for 3. He did take a walk, but he has absolutely scuffled. I believe he's 1 for 15 in the last 4 games that he's played.
Well, I think one of the things, you look at this lineup right now, and I think one of the things that the Cubs have done, it's going to help them not only for now, but for the rest of the year in the future, is inserting Felix PA, put him in center field, and let him play. The only way that he's going to be better is he needs to get out and have at-bats and learn on the job. And I think it's a responsibility of the rest of the guys on that team to help him out, to give him an idea of what to do when he's going up, when to take pitches, when to try to hit the ball on the ground. And I think one of the things that was very positive, you look at the first inning with a man on third, nobody out, and hit the ball on the ground into the middle part of the diamond. Cubs did a lot of things really well tonight. And then a big 2-out base hit from Alfonso Soriano. You have first and third and 2 out. 2-out base hits are so big. It really breaks the momentum of the opposing pitcher. Cubs did a lot of things really well. Hitting the ball on the ground to drive in the first run, a big 2-out base hit by Alfonso Soriano. Rich Hill was terrific. And then to close it off, Ryan Dempster was as good as he's been all season long. 9 pitches, 8 strikes, really pitched a terrific 1-2-3 inning. This may have been the best game the Cubs have played all year as far as getting enough runs, getting good quality starting pitching, and the bullpen coming through and finishing off a good win. This was a good overall team win. There wasn't where you had an offensive explosion or a pitcher shut somebody down. This was a close game from the 4th inning on, in a game that they haven't been winning. So this was definitely a step in the right direction.
And we want to take a look at Dempster in just a minute. But first, our easy choice for player of the game tonight is Rich Hill, who picks up win number 5 on the season. And he was absolutely in control of his own fate tonight. A career high 11 strikeouts going 8 innings. He really hasn't gone 8 innings. I think this is only the 2nd time this season for Rich Hill to go that far, so he must have been feeling really good, Dan. And I talked to him yesterday in Milwaukee. He had a tough stretch, 3 losses in a row earlier in the season, and he said he got away from attacking and being aggressive with his pitchers, and I think he just got back to it.
I think it's so easy, and I can tell you this from my experience being a former pitcher. When you go out and the wheels are starting to come off a little bit, and you're starting to get hit around a little bit, and the success that you had, the pitches that you were making a week or 10 days before that were being popped up or swung at and missed, now that are getting hit, they're getting put in play, and you mix in a couple of broken bat hits, you get a couple calls that don't go your way, and then you start pitching a little bit tentative. You start pitching not to get hit, and that's one of the biggest things that happens with pitchers. When you start to go into one of these mini tailspins, you try to do too much, pitch away from contact, and it's so important to go out and establish that you're going to throw the ball over the plate late early on in the count. If you do that, you can start to begin to expand the strike zone. And the last thing that hitters want is to hit with 2 strikes and to be called out with strikes. And if you can get ahead, limit your pitches, start to use that big curveball, they'll start chasing that. If guys will swing at elevated fastballs, 0-2, 1-2, but when their count is 2-1, 2-0, and they're in a hitter's count, they're up there, they're looking, they call it zoning you out. They're looking for one zone where that ball is, and if it's not there, they're going to take it. And when the count's flip side and their favor, and they have to expand that strike zone, you don't have to be as fine with your pitches.
And I do have it confirmed, by the way. This is Rich Hill's second 8-inning outing this season, and the other one came against Atlanta. So for fantasy owners out there, if Rich Hill is pitching against the Braves, make sure you start him. All right, Ryan Dempster came in to get the save for the Cubs, his 12th of the season. And we heard Lennon Bob talk a little bit about Dempster and the fact that this is one of the best stretches he's had all season. He's pitching very well.
He's pitching very well. Really, he's just had a couple of little glitches. He had a game against the Mets where trying to protect a 5-1 lead in the 9th inning was really the only game this year that you could say he pitched poorly. Gave up a 2-run homer in the early part of the season to Albert Pujols in a tie game, but he has been the one guy in that bullpen that has been constant, and he has been really, really good. You're talking about a player right now that this team could ill afford to lose for a stretch of time, because I'm not sure that the way that Howery and Air, you know, at times it looks like Bobby Howery is starting to get back on track, but this is a guy right now that this bullpen can ill afford to lose, because he's the one constant. Get him the ball in the 9th inning and he gives you the best chance to get out of it. There's no doubt about that.
All right, the Cubs back on the road to victory, winning a lot of ball games this week. As we go to break, let's take a look at the StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs, and they are in Atlanta all weekend long. We've got Game 2 for you tomorrow night, same time, 6:35 start. Sean Marshall, another lefty for the Cubs, will take the mound. After that, the Cubs return home to Wrigley Field on Monday. Carlos Zambrano will start that series off against the Houston Astros.
The upcoming schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's. Get any 2 biscuit sandwiches for just $3.
They're the teams you live for, the players you cheer for, and the events that make you stop everything. Whatever side you're on, whatever captures your interest most, there's one common bond that unites us all. We all share a passion for Chicago sports. That's why fans like you need a television home devoted solely to you. The games, the news, the analysis, and everything else you desire. It's all right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sit, watch. Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken. Popcorn chicken so big and juicy, others don't compare. Made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. So delicious, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
This is the place. Let's go. Open 24 hours. Common sense never sleeps. 2-for-1 hot dogs with all the fixings. Now, that's how you help people live a high life. Hey, how you doing, bud? There you go. This place is a mountain of goodness in a mixed-up world. Thank you very much. Now, come over here. I got something to show you. We got a surprise for you. Switch it on, boys. Certified purveyors of the high life. That's you, buddy.
Certified purveyors of the Miller High Life.
Yeah, proof the world hasn't gone completely crazy.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Wake up! Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's new iced coffee in 3 delicious flavors.
Welcome Welcome back to Cubs Postgame Live. In case you're just joining us, the Cubs beat the Braves tonight. 2-1 is your final. Rich Hill pitches 8 innings of 3-hit ball. He gets the victory for number 5 on the year for him. Ryan Dempster picks up save number 12 on the year as the Cubs now have 26 wins on the season, 6 games below 500, and the Brewers were off today, so they pick up a half a game. Every little thing counts. In the standings.
And getting closer to 500. And I think it really shook the Brewers' confidence a little bit. Playing at home, catching a Cubs team that went through a real fiasco this weekend with the Carlos Zambrano, Michael Barrett, Lou Piniella getting ejected on Saturday. They really caught the Cubs at a really good time. And for the Cubs to go in there and win 2 out of 3 was to make a statement. I still believe if you look at the talent in this division, it's really a shame that this team is 6 games under 500 at this point. This is the best team in the Central Division. I don't care what anybody says, any critics. You look at this team and you see a Ramos Ramirez, Derek Lee, Michael Barrett. You look at the solid pitching they've been able to get out of Ted Lilly, Jason Marquis, Rich Hill. The big key for this team the rest of the way out, they need the Carlos Zambrano that pitched yesterday in Milwaukee on Wednesday. They need that guy to show up for the next 3.5 months. He hasn't been the same Carlos Zambrano. He was good yesterday. He's done this a couple of times where the wheels start to come off. You get a little disappointed, and he has a really good game. But this is the guy that they're going to need, because every team getting down to that back third of the schedule, you're going to look for that go-to guy. And this is the go-to guy on this pitching staff, and he needs to pitch like an ace of this pitching staff. He's the guy that needs to shoulder the load, and they need more of what they got yesterday the next 3 months.
Well, according to Zambrano, it's the rebirth of Big Z. And as far as he's concerned, it's a whole new season for him.
As long as this guy can go out there, you know, you're talking about a tale of 2 different guys. You go back to his start over the weekend on Friday. It's the first time ever in his career he had no strikeouts as a starting pitcher, and he was very hittable, became frustrated. This is the same guy that yesterday, you know, comes out and strikes out 9 against a pretty good hitting Milwaukee Brewers team. They need the real Carlos Zambrano to step up and not step down the rest of the season. He's had enough time now to get himself locked in, and if he wants to be one of the best pitchers in the National League, he could be dominant for this team to get back into this. And fortunately, if this Cub rotation can stay healthy, and you have Rich Hill, who's just going to continue to get better and better, Lilly and Marquis have been very solid, and if they get any kind of production out of Sean Marshall in that 5 spot, this team has the best depth starting pitching in this division, and it's not even close. They should win this division, get themselves to 500, and they're going to start putting some pressure on the Brewers.
The Atlanta Braves, by the way, were the team the Cubs were playing at Wrigley last weekend when all of the drama was going on. So the Braves are probably wondering, where's all that now? Cubs a lot more relaxed, a little calmer the second time around as they face the Braves. All right. Before we went to break, we checked out our Pontiac opinion poll, and we want to put it up again for you. Who is the one player the Cubs can't afford to lose to an injury? Is it Aramis Ramirez, Derek Lee, Alfonso Soriano, Carlos Zambrano, or Rich Hill? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and give us your vote, and we'll have the result coming up in just a bit. We'll also hear from manager Lou Piniella after the break.
Honey, I think he's trying to tell us something.
His first word.
Feldco.
Smart kid.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Honey, I think he's trying to tell us something.
His first word.
Feldco.
Smart kid.
Call 866 for FEL DCO.
Feldco windows are a part of family life. More than 100,000 satisfied customers prefer our top quality professional installers and great warranty. Call for a free estimate.
Financing available. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Where's a fan's best friend online? ComcastSportsNet.com. It's the place to read analysis from Comcast Sportsnet experts that you can't find anywhere else. Get up to the second news headlines. See the day's programming lineup. Check out talent bios and watch video clips featuring the latest info on your teams. Plus, sign up for Sports Extra and Sports Blast email alerts that make you the first to know about breaking news. Log on right now to ComcastSportsNet.com. Fans' best friend online.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Sportsnet action-packed weekend begins Friday at 6:30 as the Cubs and Braves battle in Atlanta. Saturday at 7, the Chicago Rush looks to build momentum for the postseason when they host Grand Rapids. At 11, catch the hard-hitting action of the International Fight League. Sunday at 12:30, it's an interleague clash on the South Side when the Sox and Astros meet in HD. At 11, don't miss the Pride Fighting Championships. It's an action-packed weekend only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Want to win a special Cubs collectible? Well, here's your chance. Comcast Sportsnet and the Cubs want to give you this limited edition iPod. To enter, tune into Sports Night, and every Thursday at 6:30, watch for the weekly iPod Cubs trivia question. Then log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and correctly answer the question to be automatically entered to win this limited edition iPod Nano. It's that easy. Watch Sports Night and win only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Final score from Turner Field in Atlanta: Cubs 2, Braves 1. Chicago getting off on the right foot to open the series against Atlanta, winning a one-run ball game. It is time now to go inside the Cubs clubhouse, brought to you by United. Here is Cubs skipper Lou Piniella.
Good pitching. Our guy Hill pitched just a little better. I tell you, those Atlanta outfielders catch everything you hit. They really go after that ball. But yeah, we needed a good game from Hill today because our bullpen from that Milwaukee series was used quite a bit. So we were able to rest our bullpen today and win a baseball game. And Dempster, what a job he's doing out of that closer spot.
Rich is back on track.
Yes.
3 solid starts in a row.
Yes. No. You know, he came out of spring training throwing the ball very well, and then he was experimenting a little bit with his delivery, and he finally found something that he really feels comfortable with, and it's working quite well for him. I expected him to get on track, and he has.
Obviously, you guys have played really well since probably Saturday when you got ejected. I mean, are you a believer in any of that?
I believe that if you get good pitching and you play good baseball and you get some timely hitting, you win baseball games, and that's what our team is doing.
Nice way to come back though after those 4 days off. Huh?
Well, I watched him from up on top, and it's a lot different in the dugout, but you know, yeah, it's good to win a game, and it's nice to be back on the field.
Thinking all about leaving Rich in for that ninth?
No, he basically threw, I don't know how many.
108.
Yeah, you know, our pitchers, our starting pitchers, we've been watching pitch counts very carefully all year, and I think 117 is the most we've thrown. But you know, in the low 100s, we usually go to our bullpen, and we want to keep our starters as fresh as possible. It's a long summer.
All right, let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll question now. Early in the show, we asked who is the one player the Cubs can't afford to lose to injury. Right now, Aramis Ramirez is sitting out with a strained knee. He is listed as day-to-day. But 40% of you said it is Derek Lee that the Cubs cannot afford to lose at the moment. And I don't know, Dan, to that I say you've been playing pretty much without him for the last week. He's 1 for 15.
Well, he's 1 for 15, but he's going to hit. He's a big part of the middle part of this lineup. He really has gotten off to a little bit of a slow start as far as home run production-wise. I'm sure he'd like to have quite a few more long balls than he has right now, but he's hit for average. He's driving in some runs. And everybody's going to go through these spells where you go through these flows where it seems like you're hitting the ball hard and the balls are finding holes and everything is working. And right now he's going through a little bit of scuffle period, but he's going to be right in the middle of that mix in this lineup offensively.
And the Cubs really do need to get Aramis Ramirez back. They're a little short on infielders. That's going to do it for Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Gail Fisher. He's Dan Plesac. The Cubs get the victory 2-1. We'll have Game 2 from Atlanta tomorrow at 6:30. Sports Night with Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski is coming up next.
A shift has been made, and the legendary Nissan Pathfinder is reborn with the most powerful V8 in its class. The Nissan Armada and 9,100 pounds of trailer now go wherever you go. And going Going to extremes is a whole lot easier with the Nissan Xterra. A shift has been made. And when you think advanced, powerful adventure machines, think Nissan.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Here's what consumers are saying about the Ford Fusion on Yahoo Autos, an independent research site.
Love it, love it, love it. I have plenty of headroom. Both teenagers can fit in the back seat. Nice sounding stereo, along with an auxiliary adapter for my MP3. I'd buy this car again and again.
Yahoo Autos users gave the Ford Fusion a higher overall rating than the top 2 imports in its class. Take the Ford Challenge. See why Fusion is the better choice. Visit your Ford dealer or go to FordChallenge.com. Tomorrow, Cubs baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet. The series continues in Atlanta when the Northsiders slug it out with the Braves, followed by Cubs postgame live. Cubs Braves tomorrow at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tonight on the best damn sports show, period. All the greatest catches, double plays, and upper deck bombs in baseball history. It's Best Damn's Top 50 Spectacular Baseball Plays. Tonight at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hi, I'm Derek Lee of the Chicago Cubs, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Straight ahead on Land Rover Sports Night. Lou is back in the dugout, but the Cubs had to battle the Braves without their cleanup hitter. Would a new hero emerge in Atlanta?
Base hit in the left. Soriano with an RBI hit.
The Chicago Cubs select, the Chicago White Sox select.
We'll break down the top amateur players picked by the Cubs and Sox, plus update to all the local selections. And could the White Sox overcome the elements and the Yankees to earn a split in their 4-game series?
Are you a White Sox fan tonight? I'm a Red Sox fan. They're playing the Yankees. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sorry.
So close, yet so far away. On Sports Night, now. Well, as you just saw, the Stars are out tonight at the AMC River East for the Chicago premiere of Ocean's 13. And who better to get the sports angle than our resident movie critic, Frankie O. Amongst the stars, we'll have that story a little bit later in the show.
I might stick around.
Yeah, that should be a lot of fun.
Pretty interesting.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome into Land Rover Sports Night alongside a big-time celebrity in his own right, Pat Boyle.
Yeah,
I'm merely Mark Shanowski. White Sox hoping to get in their series finale against the Yankees before any rainstorms arrive in the Windy City.
Yeah, besides the high winds here in Chicago, it's a bit drafty. We'll run down the Sox and Cubs 2007 amateur draftees. But first, Lou is back, but no red carpet needed for Pinella's return. He was never really gone. Over his 4-game suspension, Lou would make up the lineup card, stay in his clubhouse office till just before the first pitch, then make his way to his seat near the press box. He even had his uniform on one day during batting practice, and while he was at arm's length, the Cubs went 3-1 under Alan Trammell.
I saw that Alan and the staff did a wonderful, wonderful job of handling the team. I saw the fact that our bullpen is really starting to pitch the way we all anticipated. Soriano's getting hot with the bat, and PA's been a big lift.
Well, Ramos Ramirez had an MRI today on his left knee. According to Pinella, Aram won't go on the disabled list, but he will miss a few games with what they are calling a severe case of patella tendonitis. Ramirez will have treatment the next couple of days for a problem that Ramirez has been dealing with for a while.
We're going to see how he responds with treatment and with rest over the weekend, and then try to make a decision probably Monday. But if we can ride this thing out, I think that's our preference. He's going to be here. In fact, he would have been here tonight, but severe thunderstorms, and he couldn't get out. So he'll be here tomorrow, and he'll be available to pinch hit.
So Lou was back as the Cubs open up a 4-game series in Atlanta. You saw the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Braves loses a 4 of their last 5, so maybe get them at a good time. Top of first. Cubs get it going. Early on Chuck James. Alfonso Soriano deep to right, chasing Jeff Francoeur back, and it's off the wall. Soriano easily into third with a leadoff triple. Next up, it's Felix Pie, easy as pie. Up the middle, off James, into left. Soriano scores. It's 1-0 Cubs.
New daily double.
Exactly. Top of 2. Cesar Torres with a man on. A little hit and run. Grounds one through the right side. Terrio. Quiet Ryan, the third on the single. Then, with 2 outs, Soriano comes through again. Take a 1 off the outside portion of the plate. To left, Terrio scores. Cubs executing and leading 2-0. Bottom second, Rich Hill facing Andrew Jones. Jones deep to right, near the corner, and about the only mistake for Rich Hill on this ninth. His 10th of the year makes it 2-1. Hill rebounds nicely, settles down. Bottom 4 gets Matt Diaz swinging the nasty junk there to strand a runner at third. Bottom 6, he gets Edgar Renteria for the 3rd straight time. Bottom 7, Hill stuff, unhittable. Andrew Jones waving at strike 3. Jeff Francoeur. Oh, that's bad. It is just sick stuff here. Brian McCann goes down. Hill strikes out the side of the inning. Bottom 8 gets Scott Thorman on the Uncle Charlie. Ties a career high, striking out 11 in 8 innings. Bottom 9, Ryan Dempster in for the save. And he retires the side in order, getting Jones to ground out to Mark DeRosa to end it. Cubs beat the Braves 2-1. Just the 3rd 1-run win of the season for the Northsiders. Hill's first victory since May 5th. A combined 3-hitter. Dempster goes 1-2-3 in the 9th for his 12th save, but it was all about Rich Hill. Here's the king of the Hill at Turner tonight.
I don't know. I mean, tonight was just a night that it was good to. The last time I faced these guys, it was kind of you had to dig deep, and there was a lot of stuff that I had to, battle through that game. This game, I felt good from the start, and it's just one of those games. You get a few of those games each year where you come out. This is a great lineup. Atlanta's a great team, so I was fortunate to end up in the win column.
You seemed to get sharper as the game went on, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think as the game goes on, you don't become, I shouldn't say more aggressive, but you realize kind of, what's going on, and you want to keep them where they are, and you don't want to give in at all. So every pitch, becomes more and more almost important, but it seems that way, but it isn't. You don't change your approach that way. I mean, it's just as the game's getting on, you don't want them to even breathe. So you want to stay, keep the foot down and press on.
Do you think with the way your curveball is breaking the wheel, is it almost seems like your fastball is going another 2 or 3 more miles an hour faster than the hitters?
I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I've heard that, but just the way the ball comes out, it's got that extra late life at the end. So that's all I can say about that.
Did you throw that many because it was working, or was that the game plan?
No, I mean, if the breaking ball's working, that's one of my strengths. I pitch in, I throw breaking balls, and I come after the hitters. So they know that. Everybody knows that coming into the game. So they're ready when they get in the box. They know I'm going to throw strikes and attack the hitter. So.
What did you do the 3rd time against Andrew? You skipped the homer the first time single.
Right, yeah. Well, we stayed breaking balls, and that was pretty much the game plan from the beginning. Just made that one mistake early on, threw him the 2-seamer down and away, and he got it. So we got back to the game plan of throwing breaking balls.
You offered the 1 through 3 hitters. Anything?
Just stayed aggressive. I mean, that's really just pitched in and made pitches. Michael did a great job of calling and staying on these guys. That was the key.
11 Ks, tied a career high.
Yeah.
What a performance by Rich Hill tonight. We've got game 2 of this series tomorrow evening. Another happy hour start. Just after 6, Sean Marshall against Lance Cormier, right here on Comcast Sportsnet, followed by Cubs postgame live with Dan Plesac.
You know, with all the media attention devoted to the pro football and basketball drafts, Baseball Commissioner Bud Selig decided it's about time he gets some television coverage for his sport. And thanks to their miserable 66-96 record during the 06 season, the Chicago Cubs held the 3rd pick in round 1. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 3rd selection in the 1st round of the 2007 first-year player draft, the Chicago Cubs select Joshua Vitters.
You can just feel the excitement, Pat, can't you?
Really,
it's amazing. Josh Vitters is a 17-year-old third baseman, as the commissioner said, from Cypress, California High School.
Of course.
He's expected to be a decent power hitter once he fills out that 6'3" frame. Vitters was slowed by a bout of pneumonia during his senior year, but he still hit .371 with 8 homers, 25 RBIs. He'd like to start his pro career as soon as possible.
You know, I'd love to be signed quickly because I just want to go out there and start my career as soon as possible. I really started taking notice in the Cubs when the whole Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire thing was going on, and that's probably when they first got on my radar. And I just love their whole tradition and how they play ball, and it just seems like a great fit for me.
Vitters chosen as the 07 California High School Player of the Year by Gatorade, and if he wants to learn a little more about the Chicago area, you can just ask his brother, Christian, who plays for the Kane County Cougars right now. Josh accepted a college scholarship offer from Arizona State, but you just heard him say he hopes to work out a contract with the Cubs very soon. And for a while, Pat, we thought it was going to be an all-Josh draft. 2nd round, they go for Joshua Donaldson, a 21-year-old catcher from the University of Auburn. With Michael Barrett headed to free agency at the end of the year, the Cubs certainly could use some young talent at the catching position. The Cubs draft all position players on day 1, but this draft will go on for a couple more days.
For the 3rd consecutive year, the White Sox selected a pitcher with their 1st-round selection. Today, they took left-hander Aaron Porita with the 25th pick overall. In fact, the Sox were all about pitching today as they took a total of 5 pitchers. Porita was named first-team All-West Coast Conference for the 2nd consecutive year. The 20-year-old just finished his junior year at the University of San Francisco, where he finished 7-6 with a 2.89 ERA over 14 starts. The 6'6" southpaw's fastball peaks at 97 miles an hour, and he also has command of his slider and a nice change.
I'm very excited to be part of the Chicago family, and I can't wait to have the White Sox tell me where I'm going to go, and so I can get this process started. I thought that I had a good shot of going to the Giants, but now that I'm a White Sox, I have a new favorite team.
We're always looking for the best player or the highest ceiling athlete, the all-star type guy. I don't think it was anything in particular. It's just that this is the way it felt. Obviously, you like to have a pitcher with sink in this ballpark, and they're very difficult to find, and he was there when we picked. There was a regular there with him, but we took the pitcher because we think he fits into this ballpark well.
After Porita, they took 4 straight right-handed pitchers. In the 89th position, they took Nevin Griffith. And at 119th, they took Homewood Flossmoor's John Eli, followed by 149th selection, Leroy Hunt and Nathan Jones at 179.
And now to the emotional roller coaster experienced by Caneland High School pitcher Casey Crosby. We told you about this talented left-hander on last night's show. Casey worked out at Fenway Park earlier this week, figured to be picked somewhere in the first 2 rounds, but then things got a bit confusing. Casey started receiving calls from a handful of major league teams. We were camped out at his house all day. Finally, Detroit went ahead and picked Crosby in round 5, offering a signing bonus well in excess of $500,000. Casey still has the option of accepting a scholarship at the University of Illinois and putting his pro career on hold, at least for a while.
Overwhelming. That's probably the best word that describes today.
Just to go through it all and just to...
Yeah, the fact that it's coming to an end, this whole process. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and a lot of dedication to put in for all this. And, I mean, it all hits you like when you have guys throwing hundreds of thousands of dollars at you, it's so overwhelming that you don't know what to think. You know, sometimes you're like kind of getting dizzy because of what's going on, and it took me at least all at once to like actually get the fact that I am a draftable major league prospect, and it didn't hit me until probably yesterday, but it didn't hit me as much as it did today that I was actually in this situation.
Yeah, it beats that minimum wage summer gig like most high school seniors. Coming up later, our cameras all over Casey Crosby today. We'll recap the roller coaster ride he and his family experienced on draft day. Plus, we'll head to Atlanta for clubhouse reaction to the Cubs' 4th win in their last 5 games. A brilliant effort from Rich Hill. And wait until you see how close Curt Schilling was to throwing the 2nd no-hitter of the Major League Baseball season. Plus, the Bulls work out a few potential draft picks today, including Texas A&M's AC Law.
Time now for our Cubs trivia question. Which Cubs starting pitcher led the team in wins last season? We didn't say these questions were hard, did we?
No.
No. Please go to ComcastSportsNet.com and submit your answer. You'll be automatically entered to win a Cubs CSN inscribed iPod Nano if you answer correctly. Winners will be drawn randomly every week. Tune in every Thursday for the chance to win an iPod Nano from Comcast Sportsnet and the Chicago Cubs. Contest rules can be found at ComcastSportsNet.com.
Land Rover Sports Night is driven by the 2007 LR3, designed with all 7 passengers in mind. Experience the LR3 at LandRoverIllinois.com.
Northside, Southside, Uptown, Downtown, Upstate, Downpour. On the town, on the run, way off the beaten path. Acceleration, navigation, off-road, on-road, safe, secure, and spacious. 7 passengers, 6 days, 5 suitcases, 400 miles, 3 inches of rain, 2 stops in paradise, 1 extraordinary vehicle.
No matter what the circumstance, you'll always want to take your Land Rover LR3. Designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover center.
This is the student who goes to the school that partnered with Dell, who customized a Dell Intelligent Classroom that revolutionized their learning environment so teachers can focus on what's important to them, their students. Because Dell creates technology solutions with one goal in mind. Yours. Dell.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
Quiet on the set, pick 73.
Hello out there in TV land.
Save your false laughter. Very popular. Whoa, get your foot off the fogger. Okay, here we go with another ho-ho.
There's only one, Bob Ryman.
Welcome back to Sports Night. Just like the Bears, the Rush clinched their playoff berth early, so they enter Week 15 of the Arena League, looking to improve their overall seeding in the American Conference as they welcome last-place Grand Rapids to Chicago this weekend, and Bobby Scipio, their star wideout, back to the lineup.
This week, there's a good chance he can go, but I don't think he's felt confident with everything up until this point, and there's no way I want to send a player out there if he's not confident.
I've been practicing. I keep doing, I work out, I do my stuff. I haven't just been sitting around, so I'm all right.
Got to make sure he's ready to go in the playoffs. You can see the Rush take on the Grand Rapids Rampage Saturday night right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Our coverage from Allstate Arena begins at 7 o'clock.
While the Cavaliers and Spurs get the NBA Finals rolling in San Antonio, the other 28 teams are also busy preparing for the NBA draft later this month. John Paxton and his staff started the process of bringing in the guys they like for interviews and workouts at the Berto Center. Luke Stuckmeyer reports on the first group of college stars to arrive in Deerfield.
If you think the 9th pick in the NBA draft is a waste of time, just look at some of the players in this year's NBA Finals. The Spurs found Manu Ginobili with the 57th pick and teammate Tony Parker with number 28. The Cavs' Daniel Gibson averaged 18 points in Cleveland's 4 wins against the Pistons. But this time last year, he was a second-rounder, taken with the 42nd selection. On Thursday, the Bulls went looking for their diamond in the rough, working out 3 of the 9 players that will come through the Berto Center over the next week or so.
It's very nerve-wracking because, your life's about to change. You have no idea where you're going. I mean, I'm from the South, a city boy, and then have opportunity to come work out. Just imagine living in Chicago in the Midwest, cold, and I used to accustomed to things like that. And so just my life's about to change, and you have no clue of what's about to happen. You just can pray and hope for the best.
Law was joined by 2 players from Georgia Tech, small forward Thaddeus Young and 6'5" point guard Javaris Crittenden. Both think they have what it takes to help the Bulls.
Physically and mentally ready, and I'm able, to think the game before actually doing something, and also just, showing that I can play on the next level, the NBA level.
I'm a big point guard. I feel like I'm a true point guard. I set my teammates up, I distribute the ball, and I can score as well.
On paper, it would appear Thursday's workout included 3 players the Bulls don't necessarily have a need for. But that's assuming the Bulls roster stays the same as it was last year. With a trade this offseason a real possibility, you never know what you might need.
I can see it as a team that I can fit in with. Got a lot of great players on this team. Got a lot of guards, and I see that there's a lot of guards that I can learn from, and I think I can contribute to this team if they will make the selection. But who knows?
Leadership. I think I can come in and be a leader, and just be a leader. Like I said, I think that's the biggest key with me. I think I did a good job of leading my team at Texas A&M, and then I can score from the guard position as well as set people up. And then I think I play very good defense, so I think I can come in and do whatever coach needs me to do to help a team get successful.
Friday's workout will draw the Bulls' biggest need, help in the post. Florida's 6'11" forward Joakim Noah and Washington's 7-footer Spencer Hawes. The Bulls are on the clock with 3 weeks to make up their mind. With the Bulls at the Berto Center, Luke Stuckmeyer, Comcast Sportsnet.
Thanks, Luke. Young and Crittenden are both leaving Georgia Tech after just 1 season. Both averaged 14.5 points a game. As Luke mentioned, Young's a small forward, Crittenden a point guard. Law is considered the 1st or 2nd rated point guard with Mike Conley after an outstanding 4-year career at Texas A&M. Scouts compare him to Sam Cassell because of his ability to take and make the big shot late in games. In other NBA news, Orlando finally has a new head coach. Stan Van Gundy does accept an offer to take over the Magic. Van Gundy had been working as a consultant in Miami after resigning from his coaching position in December of '05. Orlando had to give the Heat a 2nd-round draft pick as compensation for hiring Van Gundy after they forced him out.
Wow.
Only in the NBA.
I don't think he got Van Gundy, or he got Donovan money, though.
Well, Billy Donovan had to sign a 5-year no-compete clause to get out of the deal he signed with the Magic last week. Donovan, of course, had second thoughts about leaving the University of Florida, where he led the Gators to back-to-back national titles.
Speaking of seconds, there has been only 1 no-hitter thrown this season. Of course, the Sox' Mark Burley owning that honor when he blanked the Rangers back on April 18th on the South Side. This afternoon, the Red Sox' Curt Schilling looked to become number 2 as the 40-year-old hoped to become the 3rd oldest pitcher to no-hit an opponent in Major League Baseball history. Schilling's chance came in Oakland this afternoon. Top of 1st, no score. Big Papi, David Ortiz. That's out like Paris Hilton. Deep and gone, his 11th home run gives the Red Sox a 1-0 lead, and Schilling did the rest. Bottom 9, Schill still working on his no-hitter with 1 out. He gets Jason Kendall to ground to short. So, Curt is 1 out away from making history. Next batter, Shannon Stewart. Jason Varitek called for the splitter. Schill shook him off and threw the fastball. Mistake. Stewart lines the first pitch to right, ending the no-hit pitch. Schilling got the next out, but said afterwards, I had a plan. I shook Varitek off, and now I have what if for the rest of my life. Red Sox win it on the one-hitter, 1-0, the final.
A little overly dramatic, don't you think? Big cheer in the newsroom. That hit was delivered by the Oakland A's. High school sports. The season is winding down, but there's still a couple major championships still to be decided. 8 teams will battle it out for the state boys AA baseball championship this weekend in Joliet. And if the seedings hold true to form, that title game could match Catholic League powers St. Rita and Brother Rice. Dan Jiggets has more.
That would be an interesting matchup. I know all our guys on our team would love that matchup to come because they got us in the regular season. So if we got a chance to play them again, that'd be a really good matchup. I'm sure both teams would be into it. I'm sure the whole South Side would be out in Joliet supporting either one of the teams.
St. Rita is a veteran team. 14 seniors are on the roster from the 2004 team that made it to the Elite Eight. The seniors have been front and center in leading this team to a #1 ranking and a 34-6 record.
This year, I don't know. I think it's all heart. I mean, that's something we've been harping on all year, and I mean, the senior class is unbelievable. I mean, every day from 1 to 14, we have 14 seniors. Each kid comes out ready to go. You know, the energy is unreal.
These kids are very similar to the kids we've had previously. You know, great blue collar group. Nobody's bigger than the program. You know, everybody comes. Works hard every day, and it's been a different guy every day.
Brother Rice has always had a strong baseball program. They won the state baseball title in 1975 and made it to the Elite Eight in 1983. Year in and year out, the Crusaders are one of the better teams in the Southland. This year's team, with just 2 seniors on the roster, goes into the state playoffs with a 29-10 record. Their success may have surprised some people, but not the Crusaders.
Our whole team's a bunch of fighters. Like, we're bulldogs out there. We go out there every day, and you know, every game this season, if it's come down to the last inning, the last couple outs, you know, we just don't quit.
Let's keep doing the things that we do best and believe in what we do. And we're going to talk about playing 21 more innings of baseball, and if we got to play more than that, we'll play more. And hopefully Saturday night at 9:30, I'm saying that I'll see them at Summer Ball on Tuesday as state champions.
St. Rita's baseball team will be looking to match the football team's success from last fall. The Mustangs won the 7A football championship, and a number of football players on the roster have been telling the rest of the team all season long that they just can't describe the feeling that comes from winning a state championship. It's just something that you have to experience firsthand.
You know, we took that from the football team and brought it out to the baseball field and trying to get us another state championship. That'd be awesome for the school.
We want it so bad, or the football players, I don't want it that much more because we experienced it already, and it's almost going to be a letdown because we know what it feels like to win a state championship, and if we don't get that feeling again, it's going to be a big letdown.
Dan Jiggets, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Dan, thanks a lot. The state baseball tournament begins tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock, weather permitting, of course, with a pair of Chicago area teams, Buffalo Grove and New Trier, going head-to-head. At 11:30, Brother Rice takes on Dundee Crown. Neuqua Valley plays Edwardsville at 4, with St. Rita against Washington in the last quarterfinal matchup of the day. And coming up next, the Cubs welcome Lou Piniella back to the dugout with a victory this evening in Atlanta. We'll hear from the closer, Ryan Dempster, who picked up a save next. Plus, our resident movie critic, Frankie O, would never miss a chance to interview some real movie stars. Tonight, he was working the red carpet pretty hard with the stars of Ocean's 13.
You get to call up all the outfit. Hold on, wait a minute. Did you guys call each other?
Yeah, we called. Hold up, they said black shirt or white shirt? Black.
Black. You know, I'm very jealous because I hear black is very slimming, and I wore a white shirt. But you know what?
Oh, that's good stuff. I can't wait to see that. But now it's time for the Land Rover Big Question. Tonight's query: what's the Cubs' single-game record for strikeouts by a left-handed pitcher? Think about it. We'll have the answer after this timeout.
Clothing is very personal, but when you give a Men's Warehouse gift card, you can be sure he'll have a happy Father's Day. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Empire makes living easy with windows that are worry-free. Our triple-pane windows are energy efficient and feature self-cleaning glass. Plus, you get a lifetime limited glass breakage warranty. Call Empire today and we'll bring a wide selection to choose from. We install in just 2 weeks. Saving is easy, too, with Warehouse Direct prices. And no payments for a year. Get new windows with just one call. Doesn't get easier than that.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Menards is where you'll find a storage solution to meet your needs. For mowers, wheelbarrows, and more, choose a storage shed from Arrow. The 10x8 Hamlet is $194. The 10x12 Arlington is only $279. Both come with a free metal foundation kit. Organize your yard equipment with Rubbermaid storage units. They're made of durable, water-resistant resin and easy to assemble. A split lid model is $99. This big 92 cubic foot sliding lid model is $289.
Save big money at Menards.
HSN is preparing something special in the kitchen. HSN Cooks, every Sunday at noon.
There's no place like HSN.
A multitude of chefs, each with their own style, bringing their professional-grade cookware and appliances, appetizing tips, and delicious recipes. Tune in to HSN every Sunday at noon for the ultimate culinary experience.
You have the perfect name for the Comcast Sportsnet fans' best friend dog? Well, here's your chance to prove it. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and submit your idea for the Comcast Sportsnet Name the Mascot contest. The top 3 names will be announced during Comcast Sportsnet's coverage of Round 2 of the Crosstown Showdown beginning June 22nd. You can walk away with a Comcast Sportsnet prize bag. Submit your mascot name today by logging on to ComcastSportsNet.com, our fans' best friend online. Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Welcome back to Land Rover Sports Night. Mark Shanowski and Pat Boyle with you. Time to revisit our top story. Very satisfying victory for the Cubs and Rich Hill.
Yeah, it took place in Atlanta tonight, a game you saw right here on Comcast Sportsnet, where Lou Piniella returned to the dugout after his 4-game suspension for his dirt-kicking tirade. Cubs went 3-1 during Lou's absence. First of 4 at the TED. Top of first after an Alfonso Soriano leadoff triple. Felix Pierre goes off, chucks James into left field for a hit. Do it whatever way you can, right? 1-0 Cubs. Top of 2. It's Soriano coming through with 2 outs. Singles to left. Terrio scores, and it's 2-0 good guys. And Rich Hill flat out had it going today, leading 2-1 in the 6th. Strikes out Edgar Renteria, swinging for the 3rd straight time. And then he fans Brian McCann. He struck out the side in the inning of the bottom of the 7th there. Bottom 8, he gets Scott Thorman on the big Uncle Charlie. He had that pitch going all night. He ties a career high, striking out 11 in 8 innings of work. Cubs win 2-1. Dempster gets his 12th save.
It's nice just to come in here and take the first game and to watch Rich pitch so well. You know, I mean, that's a tough task when you're facing a team like this to have to pitch against him 3 times in 1 year. And he's pitched well every time, and today he pitched really well. And it was just nice to hold on and get the win for him.
This thing turning for you guys, you think?
And we're winning 1-run ball games. And we haven't been doing that, so we're playing better. We're kind of, guys are kind of fitting in the pieces of the puzzle are kind of coming together, and we're playing a little bit smarter. There hasn't been as many mess ups or anything like that, and so hopefully we just keep it going and come out here and try and win another ball game in a while.
Cubs with the hip hop going in the ATL tonight.
That's pretty good.
Ski. Brewers off tonight, so thanks to their first 1-run game victory on the road this season, the Cubs are now just 6 back of the Brew Crew. The Cardinals in action tonight. They are currently 5.5 back of Milwaukee. Now, before the break, we asked you the Land Rover big question. What's the Cubs' single-game record for strikeouts by a left-handed pitcher? You saw tonight it was 11 strikeouts from Rich Hill. The answer is Jamie Moyer, Digger Phelps' son-in-law. He had a dozen back on April 13th, 1987 against the Fightin' Phils. We do the big question every night at 10.
You know, it'd be great if Joe Girardi caught that game because it would segue us to our next story, because the Yankees are in town playing the White Sox this week, and the Yankees broadcaster Joe Girardi had a chance to renew some of the friendships he made in Chicago during his playing days with the Cubs. He also, of course, played for Northwestern. Girardi interviewed for that Cubs manager's job last fall, but as we all know, he lost out to Lou Piniella. Then he took a job as a television analyst with the Yankees. Earlier tonight on Chicago Tribune Live, Girardi had some positive thoughts to share with Cub fans.
Well, I picked them to win the division, and I'm going to stick with my pick. I think they're still the most talented team. I think their starting pitching is better than it was last year, and I think they're going to score a lot of runs. Chicago can be a very difficult place to play in April and May, and once it starts to heat up, especially with the type of lineup they have some fly ball hitters, they're going to score a lot of runs, and I think they're going to win a lot of games.
Hey, in terms of managerial opportunities, are you just taking this year to kind of sit back a little bit and assess the situation and find out what opens up?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. We had a new baby. I've really enjoyed being home with her, you know, seeing her crawl for the first time and all the things, all the firsts that you get to go through. And the other thing is, Dan, my father is not in the greatest of health, and I want to spend some time with him this summer because, you know, those moments, you never know when they're going to end. And I'm going to wait and see what's open and possibly interview for some jobs. But right now, I'm enjoying what I'm doing, but I do miss the field.
Congratulations to Joe and his wife on the new baby. You can catch Chicago Tribune Live every weeknight at 5:30. Dan Jiggets and a rotating panel of writers, athletes, and celebrities discuss the big stories of the day.
And it was a big story for that guy today. Teenager Casey Crosby. We'll recap an interesting day of phone calls and negotiations for the teenager, one of the top baseball prospects in Illinois.
When I get that phone from my mom, I'm just, you know, wondering what's going to happen, because one phone call could change everything.
In baseball, when it comes to pitching, often it's all about the matchup. Managers rely on right-handers to get righties out and the southpaw to take care of the lefties. But what if a pitcher could be a manager's dream and pitch from both sides? A mirror image on the mound. Saturday night at 10 on Land Rover Sports Night, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
The Lancers are here. The highly anticipated all-new next-generation 08 Lancers are at Max Madsen Mitsubishi, where you can buy a new Lancer DE for only $13,990 or lease it for only $164 per month for 24 months. Plus, there's 3.9 APR financing for 24 to 48 months. You gotta see it and drive it. The 08 Lancer at Max Madsen Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi Motors, driven to thrill.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor available at Advance Auto, True Value, Walgreens, Target, AutoZone, Kmart, and other leading stores.
Save with Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Enough for a day off with your special someone. Geico Motorcycle. Let's ride.
Get a suit that fits. Men's Warehouse has a wide selection of great-looking suits to fit you and your budget, starting at only $200. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
safest accident is the one that never happens. The 2008 Lexus RX with 14 actively safe features. Learn more at activelysafe.com.
Welcome back to Land Rover Sports Night. Here's some local baseball players taken in today's amateur draft. T.J. McFarland, a senior pitcher from Stagg High School, University of Illinois catcher Lars Davis, and Oklahoma center fielder and former St. Ignatius prep product Joe Dunnigan. We told you earlier in the show about John Eli, a pitcher from Miami of Ohio and Homewood Flossmoor High School. He was selected by the Chicago White Sox.
While most high school seniors are busy attending graduation parties this week, trying to figure out what summer job will earn them the most money for college, Caitlin's Casey Crosby has been pondering different questions. Should he go to Illinois on a full-ride baseball scholarship? Or, with the amateur draft to date, should he go pro? The Southpaw pitcher turned down 7 Major League Baseball teams today until the price was right. He was taken by the Detroit Tigers. Our cameras caught this emotional day.
If you take the money that you don't want, then you're selling yourself short, and you don't want to do that when that happens.
Actually, I was relatively calm, a lot calmer than I thought I would be, because I guess we early on decided what our number would be, and we knew that if we didn't get it, that whatever happened, it would be still a win-win for Casey.
I'm thinking, what's going to happen? If it's whatever's going to happen, is it good? They say we want to offer $600,000 at you, and you set your number at $800,000 because you think that you are worth that much money. Then it's really hard to say no. I feel that if I do go to Illinois, I will be top 10 pick. I really feel confident in that because I know I will get better and stronger because all my brothers developed that much in college. And it's just, I just have so much confidence that I will get there no matter what happens today or later this summer. So, I mean, when I get that phone from my mom, I'm just wondering what's going to happen because one phone call could change everything.
And that phone call came the 8th time. It was the Detroit Tigers after turning down 7 other teams, and we believe it's in
well in excess of
$500,000. So it looks like he probably will turn down the opportunity to go to Champaign. He'd have to go there and play for 3 years and then begin the process to get to the big leagues. But you talk about Casey Crosby. He finished his senior year with a 6-2 record, a microscopic .88 ERA, along with a couple saves. He allowed just 8 earned runs on 26 hits in 63 2/3 innings. He struck out 92 hitters while walking only 38. What a day for Casey Crosby, and I'm sure all the folks at the ranch out in Naperville had a good time waiting for that phone call.
Maybe we'll get more hamburgers and hot dogs to put on the grill. It was a long day out there, but I think the wait was well worth it. Coming up next, what kind of sports fans are the stars of the new movie Ocean's 13? Our resident movie critic hit the red carpet with his red bow tie, of course, to find out.
This is Frankie O from Harry Carey's, and I'm here on the red carpet for the Windy City premiere of Ocean's 13. My night with a few of Tinseltown's finest coming right up.
Meet the Rosati brothers, Dick, Ron, Fred, and Al. More than 40 years ago, they came together with one common goal, creating great-tasting pizza. Today, Rosati's Pizza carries on that family tradition. Our authentic recipes are made by hand, always with the freshest homemade sauce and ingredients. There's so much to choose from. Deep dish, thin crust, chicken, and ribs with Rosati's homemade barbecue sauce, our famous homemade Italian beef, and more. Rosati's Pizza, a traditional quality for 4 generations. Log on to myrosatis.com to find the location near you. Tomorrow, Cubs baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet. The series continues in Atlanta when the Northsiders slug it out with the Braves, followed by Cubs postgame live. Cubs Braves tomorrow at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Mediacom Connections presents the Swing of the Quad Cities versus the Cedar Rapids Colonels live Sunday, June 10th at 1 p.m. And it's only on cable television, Mediacom Connections Channel 22. All the plays, all the excitement, live as it happens. The game starts at 1 p.m. It's Quad Cities baseball at its best, live in your living room. It's the Swing of the Quad Cities versus the Cedar Rapids Colonels live Sunday, June 10th at 1 p.m. And it's only on Mediacom Connections, cable channel 22.
Reason number 11 why you should own a ThermoSpa's hot tub. They cost less to operate than any other brand. Their multi-layer insulation system locks out the cold and reuses the heat generated by the spa's engine. So whether your spa is indoors or out, it'll cost less than $1 a day to operate, allowing you to relax knowing that you own the most energy-efficient hot tub in the world. Call to receive a free DVD and 48-page brochure and learn the most important reason. Buying direct, you can own a ThermoSpa for only a few dollars a day. Call now and we'll include free delivery, free chemicals, and a $400 cash coupon. This $1,000 offer is free.
Call 800-249-6644.
ThermoSpas. Luxurious hot tubs made affordable.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Yes, the Stars were out tonight in Chicago for the premiere of Ocean's 13. Like that guy right there, Matt Damon. You had Don Cheadle, George Clooney, Bruce Willis. You had a couple Bears. Tank Johnson, Devin Hester were in the house. Just to name a few, they were all at the AMC River East with thousands of screaming fans.
You know, with a movie like this one, reporters have plenty of stars to pick from. Ocean's 13, a lot of stars, including Chicago native Bernie Mac. But then working the red carpet, not as easy as you might think.
No, it's not. You have to box out folks like ABC 7's Janet Davies, Richard Roper, the Tribune's Terry Armour. But we have just the guy to handle the red carpet melee, Frankie O.
From Vegas to Hollywood to Chicago, the stars of Ocean's 13 are here in the Windy City, and your boy, Frankie O, is here with them. Did somebody say Oprah? The sexiest cast alive returns for the third go-round in the Ocean's 11 series. Ocean's 13 opens on Friday with some classic names joining the classic lineup. You can smell the flow of box office cash. Is this your favorite of the Oceans?
Yes, it happens to be my favorite of the Ocean. Well, I personally, I can't say that. I personally like 12, but this one is funnier, and audiences love it. They just eat it up.
George Clooney is back as Danny Ocean, the mastermind of a crew of kind thieves. The mission of this caper? Getting payback for one of their own.
Reuben, you're out. Never. This is my land.
Even though Bank stepped over the line, we have to do what's best for Reuben.
Which means we offer Bank of Billy Martin.
Wait a minute, and then what, he goes for it and that's it? He just gets off?
That's the rule.
No, that's the rules for someone who understands the rules, which Bank don't, because they already broke them.
Are you kidding me? Bruce Willis? He's my boy.
Yeah, how are you?
Now, you guys seem like a pretty good team after 3 movies.
Yeah.
What position are you?
Center field.
You're center field?
Played center field in high school.
There you go.
Center field. You get to call up all the players.
Outfit, though. Hold on, wait a minute. Now, did you guys call each other?
Yeah.
We called
Called up, they said black shirt or white shirt?
Black. Black.
You know, I'm very jealous because I hear black is very slimming, and I wore a white shirt.
But you know what is slimming is a red bow tie.
Red bow tie, you think?
Red bow ties have always been slimming.
Harry Carey's restaurant, ladies and gentlemen.
You got if you do it with no shirt and just the red bow tie?
I look like Chris Farley when I do that. I got to ask you, Linus is from Chicago. Was he a Cub or a Sox fan?
Oh, he had to be a Cub fan.
A Cub fan? Are you sure?
I think he was a Cub fan.
Yeah?
And I have to say that because as a Red Sox fan,
you follow baseball? I'm sorry.
Huh?
You're a baseball fan?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that at all.
No. In real life, as a Bostonian, we understand what the Cubs fans go through. Well, I mean, it's a little...
Kindred spirits?
Kindred spirits in the sense that we both didn't win for a very long time.
Are you a White Sox fan tonight?
I'm a Red Sox fan.
They're playing the Yankees.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to ask, are you a sports fan? I work for a sports station.
No.
No? No baseball? You were born in the Bronx.
My father worked at Yankee Stadium, and I saw every home game in the like the prime, in the Mickey Mantle, Roger Maris days.
Does Matt Damon know that?
My team could kick his team's.
I'm going to let him know you said that.
Forget it. Let him know. It's pathetic.
Was there any poker playing on the set?
Yes, there was poker playing on the set. We did a lot of that. In fact, last night in Vegas.
Now, these guys would play you after what you did to Phil Ivey?
You know, a sucker's born every minute, I guess is what they say.
Is it better with actors? Can you read them easily?
No, I think it's probably more difficult with actors.
You're giving difficult tells there?
Yeah, you really don't know what's going on, and especially these guys because they're also all medicated all the time.
Now, I heard you did a little partying on the set of this movie. Is that true?
No, we did a lot of partying.
Well, I think maybe on the next movie you should take a bartender with you.
You know
now
what?
that's big time.
Let me tell you
something. Take a bartender with you.
Let me tell you something. We swung every day. Every day. Well, I'm surprised, man. My cholesterol ain't high and all that. Good spread every day. Lobster, shrimp, the whole 9 yards.
Now, is there any thought about another Oceans movie?
Not right now.
Maybe with like a bartender, you know, with a devil may care attitude, you know. He's the guy in the know.
You're perfect.
I know where you could find one.
You're perfect.
Adoring fans, Hollywood stars. I thought it just happened in my bar. Who knew? On the red carpet for Comcast Sportsnet, this is Frankie O.
Just living the dream, Frankie.
Nice job by Frankie.
How about lobbying to Jerry Weintraub to be in the next Oceans picture? I like that.
I think Jerry was impressed. As he mentioned, you know, he's a natural. There's something disarming about a guy in a red bow tie and a bar shirt. You know, everybody just wants to open up and talk to him, share their problems.
And the way Ellen Barkin was speaking, I can't believe she's a Yankees fan, the way she spoke out there.
We didn't have the video of her throwing down with Matt Damon a little bit later.
The perfect ending for this night is if, like, Willis and Clooney and all of them end up at Harry Carey's, and, you know, Frankie O is dishing out drinks until like 5 in the morning.
Get the whole cast there with Frankie behind the bar. Now, that's a movie classic. We're going to move on a little more sports for you coming up next. Toby Hall pulling a little prank on A.J. Brzezinski, trying to loosen things up just a little bit before the series finale against the Yankees. Stay with us.
Land Rover Sportsnet is driven by the 2007 LR3, designed with all 7 passengers in mind. For a Land Rover retailer near you, visit LandRoverIllinois.com.
Northside, Southside, Uptown, Downtown, Upstate, Downpour. On the town, on the run, way off the beaten path. Acceleration, navigation, off-road, on-road, safe, secure, and spacious. 7 passengers, 6 days, 5 suitcases, 400 miles, 3 inches of rain, 2 stops in paradise, 1 extraordinary vehicle.
No matter what the circumstance, you'll always want to take your Land Rover LR3. Designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
How's this place? Time to do a little redecorating. No cover charge, free pool every Thursday night, and a good honest beer at a tasty price. This man got a good establishment going here. Hey, you are definitely supporting the high life man, and these days, that's a good thing. Come on with me. Like the sign up. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. That's proof the world hasn't gone completely crazy. The high life is on.
The K&G 2 Suits for $150 event is on. Right now, for a limited time, you can get 2 selected men's suits for just $150. That's less than the price of 1 at a department store. K&G Fashion Superstore.
Thank you, I love your curls.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. That's why you should come to Midas now. At Midas, brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Just a Midas touch.
Burley trying to make history.
Welcome back. Yankees and Sox in the finale of this 4-game series. Jose Contreras taking on his old team. Making quick work of the Yanks in the third, facing Miguel Cairo. It gets Melky Cabrera window shopping on the breaking ball. Contreras cruising for most of the game. Bottom 7, now Sox down 1. Jim Thome, slow tapper to second. Thome on his horse, and yeah, he beats it out. Infield hit for Thome. Next batter, Paul Konerko. The pitch. He laces one into the left field corner. Not quite out of there, off the XM sign.
He's going to hold Konerko to a single.
And Paulie is at first of the single. Runners at the corners. AJ lines one to right, just in front of Bobby Abreu. Thome scores. The Sox tie the game at 1 after a strikeout. Josh Fields, Rob Makoviak puts a charge into 1. Back goes Cabrera and stretch. Not quite. Makoviak barely misses a 3-run shot as the Sox only get 1 in the 7th, 8th inning. Runner at second, Cabrera, ground ball to Juan Uribe. Quick throw to first. Won't get Cabrera. That would be it for Contreras. 7 + 4 hits, 5 Ks. Matt Thornton in. And it's the same old story for that Sox pen. Abreu goes shopping at the gap. Can I help you? Derek Jeter scores, as does Cabrera. Bullpen failing the Sox once again. Yanks up 2. They add another. Sox rallying in the 8th with 1 on. Tadahito Gucci goes to right center. Little ground rule double here. Jerry Owens crosses the Pentagon. Sox down 2. 1 batter later, it's Paulie. And Konerko sends one to the hole. Jeter can't come up with it. Gucci scores. Sox are within 1. AJ trying to keep things going. He digs in. 4-3 in the 8th, and he strikes out, not happy with it. And has some words for home plate umpire Bob Davidson. Gets tossed, ending his night. 9th inning, bases loaded, and Alex Rodriguez jacks a grand slam. And right now we're in the top of the 9th inning. The Yankees clinging to a 9-3 lead. So doesn't look good for the White Sox as they look to fall to 4 games below 500. We will have complete highlights and post-game reaction on the midnight edition of Land Rover Sports Nights.
Play of the day, brought to you by Lexus, pursuing perfection.
Play of the day to Cleveland. 2 outs in the 9th. Tom Masney catches the line drive right back at him by David DeJesus. He saves himself from some serious bodily harm. Also earns our play of the day as the Indians win again, beating the Royals 8-3.
Well, you saw AJ get tossed just moments ago in an effort to add a little humor before the game. Backup catcher Toby Hall sported a custom-made number 12 jersey reading Buzinski on the back of it. AJ certainly has been known to dish it out. Can he take Toby's jab?
You know, jealousy does a lot of crazy things to people. So, you know, he thought it would be fun and he thought it would be funny, but you got to wear it on the road so people recognize it a little more.
Absolutely. Did you put him up to this or what?
No, something he came up with on his own and thought it would be funny, and it's a little bit funny.
As long as you're amused by it, right?
Exactly. That's all that counts.
You think you could get like half the roster doing that sometime?
There's probably 23 other guys that would probably wear it, all of them except for me. So we could probably get a lot of guys to do it if they really wanted to.
How do you think he took that joke?
Not very well. Not very well at all. You know, kind of interesting this weekend, the Houston Astros coming in, 05 World Series, the White Sox and the Astros right now. Houston lost again today. They're 11 games under 500. As you mentioned, the White Sox losing again. 2 teams changed a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the same 2 we saw in the 05 Fall Classic.
Well, that's all the time we have for now. For Pat and the entire crew, thanks for watching Land Rover Sports Night.
Gail Fisher is back at midnight with the freshest installment of Sports Night, complete Sox highlights, and the Cubs victory. Have a good night.
Uncommon intelligence. Unexpected comforts. The Lexus ES. You'll take the feeling with you. sometimes that feeling lasts a bit longer. The Lexus ES.
Empire makes living easy with beautiful vinyl siding that's virtually maintenance-free. You'll never have to paint again. It's simple. Just call Empire today and we'll bring a wide selection of colors and styles to choose from. We install in just 2 weeks. You'll save with warehouse direct prices, plus no payments for a year. Give your home a great new look that will last. All it takes is one call to Empire. How easy is that?
800-588-2300 Today. I'm thinking of a number. Do you know what it is? It's 20 million. That's how many people have already checked their free Experian credit report at freecreditreport.com for some very good reasons.
Now we can monitor all 3 of our national credit reports every day.
It helps us save money and check for potential identity theft.
I got my credit report and credit score online in seconds.
Isn't it time to get your free credit report and score? Well, log on now to freecreditreport.com.
Offer applies with enrollment and triple advantage.
Burley trying to make history.
Quiet on the set. Take 73.
Hello out there in TV land.
Save your false laughter. Very popular. Whoa, get your foot off the fogger. Okay, here we go with another ho-ho.
There's only one, Bob Rohrman.
Think about the best players of the decades. Hulk of a man.
I think it's because he's a...
Why should we be surprised?
Long gone. Long gone.
Kiss it goodbye. Uh-oh, this one hit hard.
The most intimidating hitter I've ever seen. Like an animal. He exploded when he hit the ball.
It is grand salami time.
And a clutch hitter, too. He's a blood and guts player.
Nobody sounded less black than Tony Gwynn.
What a shot! Number 70!
And in my estimation, he was a better all-around player and not as big a...
Don't hate the player, hate the game, man.
Hello and welcome to the Sports List. I'm Summer Sanders. Tonight, we are going back to the greatest offensive era in baseball since the 1930s as we count down the top 10 hitters of the 1990s. Leading off is a power hitter who reached the 1998 All-Star break with 101 RBIs on his way to the second of his 2 MVP awards in the 90s. At number 10, it's Juan Gonzalez.
You've heard of Wally World? Left field in Texas is now Juan's world.
Juan gone. Long gone. You know, he's got those quick wrists and just snaps right through the plate. Swings with so much force, probably could take a wall out.
There's a fly ball to left center field, and it's a 3-run homer for Juan Gonzalez.
Early in his career, there were times when you couldn't get him out.
That was a cannon.
After leading the league in home runs in 92 and 93, Gonzalez